Hello and welcome to another Bad Comic Review stream. How's everybody doing out there? Sorry about the delay. Had to tweet it out and fight with my computer for a moment. Let's see who's in the chat. Hey Retro, how's it going, man? Hey TOS, how you doing? Hey Lesser, hey Shady, hey Oki, hey Camel, hi John Migda. Start my new job soon? Sweet. Sky rockets in flight. Sky red rockets. As long as I'm a batch of oatmeal and not chocolate chip, huh? Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yes. Hey, Kyle. How's it going, man? Like Retro said, like, share, and subscribe. And give me monies. Link is pinned at the top and in the description. Hey, Della. So, yeah, we got a lot going on. Haven't run a stream in a while, and I'm draining like crazy. So, this ought to be fun. Hopefully my internet won't screw up horribly this time. But, yeah, there's all kinds of news going on. Some of it good, some of it not so much. And we're going to try and cover as much of it as possible, because I have like 40 tabs open and my computer's mad at me. Yeah, what the hell just happened there? Oh, shit. Bad stuff's going on. I've got like 3 programs running in the background, too. That's probably not helping matters. All right, you stupid thing. All right, give me 1 second here to figure out what's going on. All right. All right, here we go. First up, as usual, I'll be checking the Streamlabs and checking in with you guys in between articles because I can't read multiple things at once. I'm smart like that. Finally deleted Twitter. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, Twitter's a pain in the dick. Hey, Evolved. How's it going, man? Hey, JB. Yeah, I kind of have a lot going on today, and I've been trying to get one of these streams in for a few days now, and I finally got a little bit of time in between various horrible things going on IRL, so thought I better squeeze a stream in where I can. I've been trying to stream more, but too much real life stuff's going on, and most of it's not good. So, in bad news from CBR, Ghostbusters director Ivan Reitman dies at 75. Directed Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2, Twins, tons of stuff you've probably seen if you grew up in the 80s and 90s. He's only 75. The family informed the Associated Press that the director died peacefully in his sleep in Montecito, California home on Saturday night. That's really the way to go. Die in your sleep. Our family's grieving the unexpected loss of a husband, father, and grandfather who taught us to always seek the magic in life. Reitman's children, Jason, Catherine, and Carolyn, said in a joint statement, "We take comfort that his work as a filmmaker brought laughter and happiness to countless others around the world. While we mourn privately, we hope those who knew him through his films will remember him always." He was born in Czechoslovakia in 1946, the son of a Holocaust survivor and an underground freedom fighter, which is pretty badass. Ladislav is a cool name, too. Came to Canada at age 4. Reitman went on to attend McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario, where he produced and directed a number of short films. He graduated with the Bachelor of Music in 1969 before marrying in 1976. Yeah, he also did Animal House, Kindergarten Cop, Dave Jr., Heavy Metal, Space Jam, the first one, not this recent shitfest. I thought his son did Ghostbusters Afterlife. Yeah, directed by Ivan Reitman's son, Afterlife, released in theaters last year. He actually appeared in the new movie as one of the physical actors behind Egon Spengler, with the likeness of the late Harold Ramis being superimposed on him. That's pretty cool. Yeah, his record for movies was always pretty stellar, so real bummer there. So anybody that was a fan of 80s and 90s films, especially Ghostbusters, which is one of my favorite films, I'd put it in the top 10. Well, he was technically Czechoslovakian Eagle, so yeah. And hi, Eagle. Hey, JMK, how's it going? So, yep, sad day for Ivan Reitman passing. Losing a lot of the good ones, and now we're stuck with this garbage fest we've got now. All right, let's stick to some theme here. Now, I know the Super Bowl was last night, so people that are fans of the sports ball will remember that the halftime show had quite a few celebrities and nostalgia bait. And if this would load up, we would get to the next story. This is exciting, isn't it? Didn't watch the stupid halftime show. Yeah, I don't care about football at all, and I didn't give a fuck about. I hate live performances. They're always crap. There've been like 3 people perform that I thought were good live, and I think I'm not even a fan of one of them, but that Christian singer Carmen, he does a good live show. I went there to see him on a date in the 90s, and I thought he's a really good performer, just not my thing. And Frank and Daryl were really good live. And who else? Who else was live? Jennifer Knapp's good live singer. Not a real huge fan of her music. She's got some decent songs, but otherwise, most live bands blow. Acoustic performances are usually better live. But yeah, I'm not impressed with live music. It's usually trash, and everybody is loud and obnoxious. And you got some Yahoo next to you going woo the whole time. You can't hear the fucking music, and the instruments are always louder than the musicians. Which, if you're listening to classical music, is fine. If you're not, it's fucking obnoxious. So I don't really get the excitement there. It's either a foot nor a ball. That's a fact, and you rarely play with your feet. You haven't been to the right shows? Yeah, I don't like crowds to begin with, so I try to avoid concerts. Like Def Leppard sucked live. Who else did I see? Alice Cooper was okay, but again, I couldn't hear anything over the crowd and the music. I think a lot of it comes down to sound technicians. Modern concerts do anyway. Mary Prankster was really good live, but she retired. If you're from the Baltimore area and you're into punk, you probably have heard of her. They've had shit mixes. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Guar is good live. But I like heavy metal. Not as much as I used to, but man, heavy metal shows were always obnoxiously loud. And it was like I used to have I still do have a cousin, but I don't associate it with him anymore because he's a fucking moron. But we went to a concert, and it was like 3 bands playing. The only good one was Danzig. And I don't even remember who else was on that bill. But all the instruments were just ungodly loud, and you could barely hear the lyrics. Rolling Stones and Van Halen sucked, but they were drunk off their asses. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Rip David Brookie. Yeah, it's tragic when people that you like watching are gone. And Guar they were painful live. Well, they were. Yeah. I liked their show the one time I saw them. But yeah, same thing. It's just a lot of loud noise, a bunch of sweaty people, most of whom smell of pot and body odor. And I don't really need that because I have bad luck. And if there's going to be a fire at a Great White show, I'm likely to be there. And not for nefarious reasons, but I'll be the one trampled to death. Yeah, JB Slayer's way too loud. Hey, Johnny, how's it going, man? Hi, Brett. But Guar at least was entertaining. You know, they had a thing going on. Well, I'm off on a tangent, so let's get back to the article here because Snoop Dogg is in some potential trouble. Him and Don Magic Juan are accused of no touching in a new lawsuit. This is from USA Today. This footage has nothing to do with that. Snoop Dogg and his associate Bishop Don Magic Juan are being sued for no touching and battery for an incident that an unnamed accuser says occurred in 2013 in California. Why'd you wait 9 years? The allegations come just days before the Super Bowl halftime show. This is a few days old, obviously, where the rapper is expected to perform with Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Lawyers for a Jane Doe who worked as a dancer and performed during concerts for Snoop Dogg, a real name Calvin, who fucking cares? And Bishop Don Magic Juan, who's got a very normal first and last name, says she was coerced into performing a sexual act by Snoop Dogg and then was no touched by the two. So she agreed to, well, she says she got talked into one and then the two had their way with her. Nice shoes, idiot. Those are socks? Oh, those are hideous. Court documents claim she and her friend met the men at a nightclub in Anaheim. After her friend left, the accuser asked Campbell to take her home. Instead, he took her back to his home where she fell asleep. She woke up the next morning to Campbell forcing her to perform oral with him before eventually leaving her alone. The filing claims she then told Campbell she wasn't feeling well, but he insisted they go to Snoop Dogg's studio where he was filming Snoop Dogg's Double G News Network. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like just news on different breeds of pot. Lawyers for the women say Campbell told her, put the dress on and let's go to Snoop's videotaping. I want to see if he'll make you the weather girl. When Jane Doe arrived at the studio, she said she still wasn't feeling well. She went to the bathroom where she says Snoop Dogg barged in while she was still on the toilet and, like Campbell, tried to force her to perform oral sex. Court documents say she recalled Snoop's criminal history and previous no touching allegations, so she obliged out of fear. After she left the bathroom, Campbell approached her and asked her to take a picture with the rapper, to which she consented out of fear for her safety. After the incident, the two never hired her as a dancer again. And it goes into some of his background here and some other crap. I'll drop the link in chat. But I don't know, if you waited 9 years to do this suit, kind of hurt your credibility a little bit. Yeah, Motorhead's loud, dude. Bad dog. Yeah, getting rolled up newspaper and smack him. I don't know. If he's found guilty, do they put him down? Yeah, I don't know. This sounds pretty fucking questionable to me. But hey, what do I know? All right, hang on. I got blown my nose. Yeah, report immediately. Absolutely. That's funny, Brent, but I can't repeat that. Oh, we'll get to the popular rumor stuff here in a minute. Let's talk about whatever loads up first, because there's fucking articles don't want to load. All right, we got a lot of Tolkien news. We'll get to in about the middle of the show, because a lot of people are talking about this. And I had this pulled up the other day, but just didn't get to it because we didn't have the show like I wanted to. So, all right, let's talk about Final Fantasy VII. Why Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 should tone down Sephiroth's madness. You don't want to shame people, do you? Outdated depictions of a villain. Uh oh. It's easy to see why Sephiroth is one of the most popular villains in all of gaming. That's subjective, isn't it? His burning down of the M is very well directed, even by today's standards, and the movie monster style framing of the character gives him a menacing gravitas that overshadows the story's earlier antagonists. Combined with his blatantly supremacist rhetoric about wanting to exterminate what he deems as lesser people, it's easy to see why he's Final Fantasy's most iconic villain. However, Sephiroth's fall from grace employs many problematic writing tropes that implicitly blame it on his dwindling sanity. For some neurodivergent players, this equity of mental problems with moral wickedness can be an uncomfortable storytelling device. Oh no, my fifis for my faked mental problems. With this in mind, making a few small changes to Sephiroth's backstory in the upcoming second part of Final Fantasy VII Remake may help Square Enix avoid this particular pitfall while refocusing on what made him truly terrifying to begin with. Was it his whiteness? I bet it was his whiteness. Video games are typically bad at portraying neurodiversity, because it's a real thing. This is partly because the medium is still relatively young, leading to the emulation of the tropes in older art forms. I really hate the word tropes. It's such a douchey hipster word. However, it's also because mental illness is still not well understood by society at large. However, even by gaming's visual standards, Final Fantasy has had a problem with casting insane characters as antagonists for decades. Probably because it's really interesting that way. Sephiroth is Sephiroth is the most famous by far, but between the likes of Goebbels, Kafka, Seymour, and many others, the franchise has seen no shortage of crazy or weak-minded villains. This isn't to say that neurodiversity is exclusive to enemies. Much of the Final Fantasy VII explores the psyche of its protagonist, Cloud, who still has a stupid name, while FF7's Squall has traits that could be interpreted as depressive. The difference is that these aspects are usually something to overcome on the path to heroism, while a villain's turn to evil often coincides with their mental state taking a turn for the worse. Yeah, like serial killers. Kafka became a crazed killer clown because of the magical experiments done to him, and Seymour's desire to end all suffering was born from the trauma he suffered as a victim of discrimination. Sephiroth, however, goes further by being visibly more neurodivergent coded even before his start of darkness. Dun dun dun. His lethargic and alienated attitude is in the Nibelheim flashback can certainly be interpreted as signs of depression. Oh, that explains it. We should just go along with it then. Depressed people never do evil things. He reacts in a visible panic when he begins to fear he might be a monster. Yeah. Furthermore, his obsessively analytical and days-long exploration of his origins is reminiscent of autistic hyperfixation, wherein one becomes utterly consumed in an activity to the exclusion of all else. These are just a few of his character traits. So, autistic people with hyperfixation can never do anything evil? Weird mentality here you got here. The similarities between Sephiroth and real-world conditions are why it can be upsetting for some players to see him descend into crackling, mass-murdering supervillainy, considering that Final Fantasy VII does such a good job of calling out large corporations for exploiting the planet. It can also feel like a betrayal of the story's themes to watch one mentally unwell man become the biggest threat to the world, while the imperialist billionaires that created him are humanized and let off relatively scot-free. Well, just because they created somebody doesn't mean they control them, does it? Imperialist billionaires? Wow. That's harsh. However, it's that imperialism that provides a solution to the problem. Instead of characterizing Sephiroth as losing his mind, Remake should portray him as someone radicalized into extremism. Oh yeah, it's not his fault, guys. He was tricked. Some people are just broken and they do evil because they want to. It's more addictive to the power of life and death over others. You're not wrong, Assassin. But in moral relativistic terms, it's never anyone's responsibility. They have to take that away from them. Only certain people can be blamed. World destruction is about as inclusive as you can get. Yeah, right? Unhinged when he realizes he was created by the Genova Project. Yeah, I haven't played the game in a long time, and I didn't much care for it. I don't really like the Final Fantasy games, but I know I'm an outlier, but I'm also not a gamer. So, yeah, I think this is just, let's make excuses for everybody. I don't care why a villain does what they do. I just want them stopped. Yeah, well, Kyler, that's a way of thinking that they don't have now, because everything is we have to understand it and hug everyone and all this bullshit instead of like punishing bad people. It's now understanding and hugs and kisses. So people need a hobby that is it just ruining mine? Yeah, I hear that. They probably did, JB, but that won't stop them from telling you what types of games you're allowed to play, because you have to kneel down and do what they tell you. Real world fascism and other extreme ideologies are frequently motivated by similarly racist pseudoscience, and people being fooled by their propaganda is a growing concern throughout the world. Now, these people have a very, very surface level understanding of what fascism actually is. They've never read the Doctrine of Fascism by its founder, Mussolini. They've never read Mein Kampf. They have no insight into how these people think. So their ideas are very, very surface level of what they saw on Twitter. And we are not seeing the rise of fascism, totalitarianism, certainly, authoritarianism, absolutely. But they don't understand what real fascism is. So this is just more. This is like reading Psychology Today at the doctor's office, or skimming it rather, and then saying that you're suddenly a psychologist. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Sephiroth may lack their political goals, but he doesn't necessarily need them. The horror story of a young man with a few bonds or aspirations embracing such evil to fill his emotional void is scary enough on its own. At the very least, it's more realistically frightening than the childish idea that some people turn evil after suffering a mental breakdown. Well, some people that suffer a mental breakdown lose their ability to objectively weigh moral standpoints. So maybe that is a storytelling theme, because it is something that happens when people have a psychiatric episode where they have a psychotic break or some sort of disassociation with reality. Then yeah, they do some bad things because they don't know any better, or they think that's the right thing to do. It's that second one that's the most terrifying, because everybody that thinks they have good intentions is capable of doing something bad, because they'll hurt other people in the idea of good intentions in the long term or for some other group, etc. So it's just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not storytelling, and it's not a childish idea. It's a simplistic idea perhaps, but childish, no. Because you have to understand the nuance of mental breakdowns in order for it to be an idea, and that's not something children could grasp. Ergo, not a childish idea. So there. Hey, Zombie Teddy. I read Great Expectations. It wasn't that great. Yeah, it was more like mediocre expectations. They'll be going after Macbeth. They've done that already. That's colonialist, you know. They've canceled Shakespeare for ages now, and good luck if you're in high school ever reading Shakespeare. It's just evil whitey. This change could also serve to explain Sephiroth's motives better. Final Fantasy VII doesn't really need a reason to provide why he seeks apotheosis beyond that it would simply give him more power. It's a classic JRPG trope, but it doesn't connect to a story in any meaningful way. Well, a lot of these games aren't written on a deep level. They're made to entertain like middle schoolers and up, and middle schoolers aren't exactly running around reading Nietzsche. However, by doubling down on the idea that Sephiroth feels entitled to dominance simply because he believes himself to be part of a master race as opposed to having gone mad, a remake could turn him into a much more coherent and terrifying antagonist without changing the essence of who he is. This is imposing modern day on a game that came out, 20 some years ago? So, because this writer is obsessed with fascism and people getting power for the idea of a master race, that means they need the game to adjust to that because they're upset that this says that he's crazy. I don't like it, therefore it shouldn't be. So here we go. Final Fantasy games are almost certainly not yet written with the intent to demonize the neurodivergent. But creatives are as fallible as any other person. This means they sometimes write themselves in uncomfortable corners by just not knowing enough about what they're portraying. This whole neurodivergent thing spawned in the last, 5 to 10 years at most? This game is 20 some years old. Fuck off with your stupid shit. You're applying something that came out recently, some Tumblr nonsense, and inserting it into the minds of people that wrote a game 20 plus years ago when this nonsense didn't exist. So that's stupid. So if you want to read this, I'll drop the link in. I skipped a few paragraphs because I don't really give a fuck about this nonsense. So there you go. There's the neurodivergency problematic crap in Final Fantasy VII. Enjoy. Enjoy that, kids, because it's getting dumber out there. Okay, yeah, we got a lot to go over. Oh, let's see here. We're already 28 minutes in. Wow. They're literally Marge from the Simpsons episode. I personally don't enjoy this, so I think no one else should be able to. Absolutely. Hey, Spoonie. That's exactly what this is. I don't like it. You're not allowed to like it because I don't like it, or some part of it offends me on some superficial shit I'm reading in. That's what this is. They're saying, oh, because he's power mad, which was a phrase that's been around for a really long time. He's just greedy for power. And he happens to have some psychological issues that offends me because I'm neurodivergent or whatever the fuck that nonsense is. Therefore, you can't like it. It's problematic. We must censor it. Yep, exactly, Kyler. Yep, you're absolutely correct. I refuse to look deeper for context because context can never matter. The fact that there's any hint of something they don't like, they must hate it automatically. Being offended on someone else's behalf. Yeah, being offended on everyone else's behalf. You'll get the wrong idea about neurodivergent people. Allow me to be their white savior and your protector because you're too dumb to understand like I do. I went to college. Fuck off with your stupid shit. Let people enjoy what they enjoy. As long as they're not hurting anyone, who cares? Like I said, though, I'm not playing the game either way, so I don't really give a fuck. But gamers, you guys got to stop supporting dumb shit with your money because it's not getting any better. And they're going to keep making this crap as long as it sells. All right, over at ICV2, Games Workshop's raising their prices. They announced they're raising prices on multiple product lines, including Warhammer 40K and more. Price increase will take effect on March 7th. So if you're going to buy 40K stuff or Warhammer crap, better get it now. I know a couple of you guys out there play Games Workshop games. So if you're looking to buy something, you better hurry up and get it while the getting's good. Price increases were declared in response to the rising cost of electricity, gas, raw material, shipping, and general inflation occurring in many parts of the world. GW reported that their price increase on their products will mostly be around 5%. However, for certain products like books, scenery, resin minis, the price increase could be upwards of 10%, and on Blood Bowl teams and metal miniatures, the price could go up around 20%. And that's going to hit you pretty hard, especially if you got to pay VAT tax, like a lot of you Europeans do. That's going to get real pricey because that 20% is going to end up being 30 or 40, I bet. What are they really worth? About $5, about 5 cents a mold, I assume. This is ridiculous. They're bleeding their customers dry as it is. Find a cheaper game, guys. Seriously. There were several products spared, like paints and brushes. What do you fucking do? Some starter sets, Age of Sigmar. Is anyone even playing Age of Sigmar? They getting started with Age of Sigmar? Getting started books. Age of Sigmar Warrior starter set. Harbinger starter set. The Elite Edition of 40K and the Recruit Edition are exempt. Kill Team. I haven't even seen a copy of this Kill Team starter set in like 2 years. I thought about buying it when I had some extra cash one time. And I looked for it, saved the money. Couldn't find it anywhere. Still have never seen a copy. And I spent that money a long time ago. Third, printing the way to, 3D printing the way to go? Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely price gouging, Eagle. Absolutely. There are also a few areas around the world that manage to escape price increases. Yeah, what? New Zealand and Australia are the only ones. Japanese yen and China. Australia's already paying ridiculous import fees. So is Japan. So is New Zealand. And China, a lot of it's manufactured there, let's be honest. We'll look at the skirmish games later if we have time. But yeah, get ready for a 5 to 20% price increase on Games Workshop. And quite frankly, I'm surprised there's not a bigger bootleg market than there has been, because they do crack down on eBay and stuff like that. I know a guy that ran a local comic shop back where I grew up that got busted for making dental resin miniatures from some of their dead product lines like Man of War and stuff. And they sued the shit out of him. And those were product lines I don't even support. I can't imagine what they do for ones that are actually active. But yeah, this is ridiculous. These $50 box sets for 5 plastic minis are bending you over enough. Now they want to take away the lube. So good luck with that. Yeah, Kyle, I like playing war games, so I don't really get into the lore as much. But I haven't played in ages. What, 3rd edition, I think, was the last time. But I always liked it. I played fantasy for a long time afterward, but I quit before they did Age of Sigmar. I didn't like fantasy nearly as much as 40K, to be sure. Lots of plagiarism from other genres and stories. Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely money fleecing, Assassin. Yeah, it absolutely is. And they're not real shy about it, but they seem to think they own it if they stole from it. Like, they didn't create the concept of Space Marines. That really came from Starship Troopers more than anything, and old pulp books. Hey, saying there's a thriving black market. You gotta know who. They've gotten good at dodging them. Yeah, well, I get it. I really do. I don't approve of it for YouTube reasons, but I understand it because these are so price gouging. It's way cheaper to get minis off of eBay than it is to buy them in the store, because you can find people selling their whole army for reasonably, probably half price if you look hard enough and you're willing to play like an army that may not be the perfect one. And you can piece stuff together, but even that's gone way up. I can't advocate that, Kyler, because of YouTube. If anyone's going to get into it, they should get secondhand. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's bad. See how much paints and brushes are. Yeah, that's always been a ripoff, though. Paint and brushes has always been a scam. Yeah, but they got the idea of okay, maybe it wasn't Starship Troopers. They got Space Marine from something else. I thought it was Starship Troopers, but because they're called Space Marines at some point in the story. It might have been a Philip Dick story or something. Getting my fantasy mixed up. It's been a long time since I read any space opera stuff. They did try to copyright the word pauldron. They tried to copyright a lot of words that they don't own. It was the Tyranids that they took from Starship Troopers, because the bug aliens, the bugs, were the inspiration for the Tyranids, the Gene Stealers. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Starship Troopers came out in like the 60s or 50s. Power Armor. Okay, like Gundam and everyone else. Yeah, that book was very influential. Hey, Kiefer Dam, how's it going? So, yeah, they borrowed heavily from a lot of different sci-fi stuff, because 40K only goes back to the 80s, but they borrowed from like Alien and Starship Troopers, Dune, a dozen other things for bits and pieces of lore, and they just kind of glued it together. And, that's fine. A lot of people borrow from other stuff, but you don't try and make it sound like you own it. Physical copies of Warhammer RPG Second Edition drive-through only has PDFs. Yeah, they're going to be pretty pricey. People don't usually give those up real easily. But that was the better edition, in my opinion. This book to introduce the concept of power armor. I've heard that. I don't know if that's exactly true, but that's what I've heard. Starship Troopers 59. Okay, that's a little older than I thought. I knew it was 50s or 60s, but I was leaning more toward mid-60s. I'm too lazy to look it up because I already have way too many fucking tabs open. I'm getting real rusty on my nerd lore. Oh yeah, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. It's a great thing about being single. You don't have to remember that one. So yeah, Games Workshop is once again gouging their customers. Nobody should be surprised by that at all. All right, let's talk about Big Fat Bitch. Gay? I don't know what's gay, but yeah, I only read the book 3 times. I hated it the first 2, and this third time I was like, okay, it's not bad. I just got sick and tired of hearing about people getting in real estate deals. Oh, he's buying the plot of land. We get the analogy, dude. He's dying. Just fucking say that. But it's a very stylistic thing, and it took me a while to really get comfortable with it. But I respect the book a lot more now as an older person than I did when I was younger. Same with the Lord of the Rings books, actually. Although I maintain The Hobbit's the best one of those because it got to the point faster. But yeah, a lot of the fantasy stuff that I hated when I was younger, I like a lot more now. Was it the Iron Tower trilogy? I like that one. The Elric stuff I liked when I was younger, and now it's kind of generic and dry. But the Chronicles of Corum I liked a lot better as an adult than I did as a younger person. Just because I think I understand more of what they were talking about. But there's also a lot of fantasy that I just abjectly hate now because I think it's written at like the 10th grade level. So I don't read fiction much. Happy Singles Divergence Day. Yeah, happy birthday again, Kyle. Hope it was fun. Found that's the fiction, fantasy, and sci-fi I like most. The one that gets the point and don't meander on. Yes, that's why I hated the Silmarillion. Oh my God, if I want to read the Bible, I go read the Bible. Otherwise, give me something entertaining. I don't want to sit here and read your weird personal manifesto of the elves, okay? Oh, God. It's literally falling apart, right? All right. Next article, let's talk about fat people. It's from People Magazine. Destinee LaShee, the first trans star of TLC's My 600-Pound Life, dead. That's abrupt. So, yep. The first trans star of My 600-Pound Life has died. The death of the reality star, who also used the name Matthew Ventris, a don't dead name, People Magazine, was confirmed by brother Wayne Compton in a Facebook post on Tuesday. No. I'm sorry, bro. I accept you for who you are. I accept every flaw that come with you. I'm sorry you felt alone. I'm sorry you felt you had nobody else to turn to. I'm sorry you felt you had no other option. Destinee Wouldn't have wanted this. Lord, why keep taking my siblings away? How much can I take? Broken heart, broken heart. Wrote alongside a collection of photos with the pair on Tuesday, which was one day after the 1 year anniversary of the death of their other sibling, Destinee. Sounds like this was probably a suicide. Reality Star appeared on season 7 of My 600-Pound Life, and that horrifies me. There are 7 seasons of a show about ginormously fat people. With a weight just shy of 700 pounds at the time, in the time after the show, the rising social media star lost over 500 pounds and served as an inspiration for fans. That's actually very, very impressive. So good on her, whatever, for that. The TLC alum also vocal about mental health over the years, saying of the show, I feel like I'm constantly doing is trying to escape my depression and pain at this point. Food is the only thing I can turn to do that. I can feel it killing me. God, that's horrifying. There's no way I'm going to survive much longer. In a statement to People, TLC said they are saddened to learn of the loss of Destinee LaShee. Our deepest sympathies go out to Destiny's family and the loved ones at their difficult time. If you're 600 pounds, you probably have some serious psychological issues anyway. You should see a therapist. If you're thinking about hurting yourself, absolutely get some help. Former 600-pound Life star also appeared to post about depression on Facebook. Wow. All right, we're not going to get too far into this. This is obviously how it ended up. There's the dead skin there. That's fucking gross. Had to have a lot of that surgically removed. But yeah, sounds like this person had a lot of issues being 700 pounds, trans, and depressed. So, yep, another statistic. And I think TLC is a big part of the problem here because they are the sideshow channel. They put these people on and parade them around like freaks, and it's disgusting. Yeah, it does contribute to the healthy at any size nonsense. You're right, Assassin. I think that's one of the part of the problem I have with this, because I think it's disgusting that they parade people around and try and make them look like some sort of hero or celebrity when what they're doing is killing themselves. And they're encouraging other people to do the same thing. From a like roadside attraction standpoint, it can be funny to watch, but what kind of damage are they doing to people? It's fucking disgusting. I can feel myself dying with each Dorito I inhale. Yeah, I ate Doritos the other day and I was like, I just don't want them anymore. Yeah, they don't do that anymore because they found carnival freaks are better financial stability than documentaries. Americans are fucking dumb these days. Misery Loves Company, yeah. I've been trying to eat better, and I had some pizza today, and it was Little Caesars, so I feel all gross and shit. And I'm already feeling kind of sickly from draining. Hey, Louie. Much greater impact or repercussion than we realize. Oh, yeah. Your environment does dictate a lot. If you live in an environment where people don't value education or learning to read or anything like that, you're likely going to fail in life unless you snap out of that at some point. And you have to come to the realization that the only thing that's going to get you somewhere in life is what you know. And I'm a firm believer in that. If you know how to do things, you have a much better chance of getting ahead. You have to be cooperative and you have to be knowledgeable. Because if you're stupid, you can't speak well, and you can't read, you're doomed. Reading is literacy itself is a big stepping stone towards success. If you can't read, you are way behind in society. And 3 people just dropped. So, yep, apparently some people don't agree. Whatever happened to Jazz? She's still around. The trans kid, yeah, she's still around. She pops up on social media every now and then. Doing dumb shit, trying to get attention. And it's really sad because a lot of these kids that are getting trotted out like this, they're trapped in the mentality that they have to be adored. Yeah, she got really fat too. Yeah. Healthy at any size shit. It's really catching on with a lot of people. Been trying to eat better and do exercises, but I'm like 200 pounds and 6'1". These people really need help. Yeah, absolutely. I'm overweight. I know that. My doctor bitches every time I go see him. I gotta go see him again soon, and he's gonna bitch at me again. And I get it. But I've been trying to eat better and take better care of myself because I think that it's the appropriate time to not die. Reading is for nerds. Yeah, that's true, but nerds run the world. Who else are you going to get to fix your stuff? Yeah, exactly, Kyler. I didn't eat them for a while, and I was like, eh. I mean, they taste okay. They did change the formula a little bit, but just lost my appetite for them. Every day I get a little more toward like, I got to just take better care of myself if I want to live to see 60. All I know is they chopped their peanut off last time. Yeah, they were talking about doing that. I know there was like an issue of enough material because the puberty blockers kept everything from growing. So that was disgusting to learn, and I didn't need to know that. We's dumb, we's ignorant, we's proud. Yeah. It's amazing how proud a lot of dumb people are of being dumb. And I know I'm straying off topic here of pop culture, but this really does impact pop culture too, because we're seeing the effects of that in our entertainment. Look at things like She-Ra, that new Princesses of Power nonsense. It looks like it was written by a high school student because the mentality is not evolved. They do not have a lot of life experience or a lot of literary background to draw from, so they write very superficial stories. Marvel Comics is getting really, really bad about that. They've actually improved a little bit, but the whole thing with people sitting around jibber jabbering through their books, you see that a lot in pop culture now, where people are just sitting around talking. That shows a lot of lack of imagination because the most they can come up with is people talking and telling you the plot rather than showing you is bad for any visual medium. And it's really bad storytelling tactics too. But it just shows that they're incapable of that, of seeing outside of the limited scope they have. There is no intellectual curiosity anymore. I'm not saying you need a degree in folklore, but you should at least know a little bit about life in general or have read a lot of things about your area of expertise. If you're supposed to be writing a sci-fi series, you should know as much about that as you can. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. If you're writing the Babylon 5 sequel, you should go watch the original Babylon 5. Take notes, read the compendium and the books. But they don't do any of that because they don't think about that. They have a very narrow scope. Just need more greens and move more. Yeah, I have that problem too. I'm very stagnant. Dumb people is why they're here, to be honest. Yeah, dumb people reproducing is a bit of a problem, but that's a conversation for a different channel. That to me is a traditional cultural meal. That's why it is a school child. Yeah, well, that's not the worst I've seen. So, Skeleton Soldiers Could Protect the Dungeon is a great read. I've never heard of that. I'm going to take note of that and look that up because I've never heard of this. Is this a book? Huh. All right, I'll look into that later. Exercise means getting up out of my chair? Nah. Yeah, I need to get one of those standing desks. That'll probably be one of my future fundraisers after I get my brakes fixed again. All right, let's look at this Star Wars rumor. This is a rumor, not a fact. I didn't create this. It's on Screen Rant. I had nothing to do with it. I'm just reading and analyzing the article, okay? So don't come at me with this bullshit because I don't fucking care. It's a stupid rumor. Star Wars reportedly planning new post-sequel trilogy Jedi Order project with Ray, the bestest ever. Lucasfilm is reportedly developing a post-sequel Star Wars trilogy that revolves around a revamped Jedi Order. It's been more than a couple years since Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker hit theaters, supposedly wrapping up the Skywalker saga. For a while, it seemed like Disney wasn't interested in tackling stories after the Resistance defeated the First Order, but that may not be the case now. Okay, this whole thing is based on a tweet, so yeah. The movies sucked. Everybody hated them. They were very divisive. Prequels look better now. At this point, Lucasfilm is focused on telling stories in the past. After the success of The Mandalorian, they eventually greenlit a string of other shows that either take place before or immediately after the original trilogy. Until this new report, there hasn't been any indication that they've even been contemplating a post-sequel trilogy era, especially given people's varying opinions on Rise of Skywalker. Varying opinions? How many people actually fucking liked that? I thought it was the best of the new ones, which is not saying much. I didn't hate it. I just thought it was like, nah. It was better than Last Jedi. That's a low bar. So it's best to take this news with a healthy grain of salt before one gets fully invested in the idea. Why would anyone be invested in this idea? This is a horrible idea. So this comes from the Ringverse, apparently. And they base this all off of a tweet. So let's see. Mailbag and predictions. Yeah, this is like a video. Anyway, it looks like the source of this came from some asshole's tweet. And the tweet really didn't say anything about Rey. They put a picture of her on here, but the tweet just said they were considering doing a new Jedi Order trilogy that takes place after Return of the Jedi. And possibly after the new trilogy as well. But it was very vague. So they're basing a lot off of this and saying that it's going to be about Rey. Well, yeah, she has been in talks with Disney to do something, but that could mean a dozen different projects. And it might mean that she's in the movie, but the movie is replacing Force Awakens. Because remember, the Ahsoka series is coming out, and that's supposed to be about the like multiverse or whatever for Star Wars. Like, I fucking care. But I think this is much about nothing. I think a guy in a world full of chicks would want to get laid. I don't care about Star Wars anymore. See how they keep stabbing the corpse before they call it dead. They're going to milk it dry, dude. They're going to milk this for as much money as they can because they're still paying on it. They borrowed a lot of money to pay for Lucasfilm and Fox, and those bills are coming due. If they're smart, they'll stop doing whatever that crazy mess was with the trilogy that they did and Solo that was pointless, and start doing new stories. Their Jedi or their trilogy was garbage, and they need to accept that. There was no plan. It was very obvious that whatever plan they had was thrown out after the first movie, and they fucked it up real bad. Now, I don't think Daisy Ridley is a bad actress. I think she was in bad movies. Same with the John Boyega. I think he's actually a pretty good actor, but they screwed his character over 10 ways in the Star Wars trilogy that they did. Now, if they're smart, they will retcon that as an alternate universe. If they're dumb, they won't. And they're pretty dumb over there. And they've already doubled down on this multiple times. So it would surprise me if they did this, but I don't think they're going to. If they did, they're going to do it on a really small scale. Rey could have been a cool character. Yeah, could have been, but they screwed it up. Made her marry Sue. Absolutely. New Star Wars, the only difference, Rey will be played by Brie Larson, will basically be Captain Marvel. Yeah, that was kind of already what they did. Yeah, J.J. Abrams is not a good director. I think he's very overrated. I agree with the assassin. Let's just talk of Star Wars movies after me to Return of the Jedi. No Star Wars movies were made. Well, they do have the right to use Mark Hamill's likeness and voice. in Star Wars projects. So if they're smart, they'll get someone like Sebastian Stan, who looks physically like Mark Hamill, and have a superimposed CGI Luke face on there. They've been doing a really good job in Book of Boba Fett, spoiler alert, and The Mandalorian with Luke. So the look of him, getting it nailed down pretty good. They've refined it since his appearance in Mandalorian. Great. So make a Luke Skywalker movie and make it good instead of the ungodly awful shit that they did to him here. They really mistreated the original characters, including Admiral Akbar, who died effectively off screen. And they just bent him over and fucked him raw up the pooper. And nobody wanted to see that. But the idea of destroying everything you care about is a consistent theme that we are seeing over and over again in pop culture. And we're going to continue to see on this very broadcast, because this is not the only bullshit we're going to be looking at. I think they really wasted the storyline in Book of Boba Fett too. Spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about the Book of Boba Fett for a minute because it fits into this rant. Yeah, Rogue One made sense. That was pretty good, and it ended like it was supposed to. I thought that one wasn't bad. It wasn't the greatest thing, but it wasn't bad. I enjoyed it. Manhwa is a lot more likely to change trends. Like, it started when RPG comics were cool, and now sci-fi stuff is cool, so they added some of that. Yeah, I think popularity does change stuff, and unfortunately, lately it's been for the worse. But if you haven't seen Book of Boba Fett, if you care, come back in 5 minutes when I'm done bitching. But hit the like button and subscribe first. But the decision that was made at the end of Mandalorian Season 2 is effectively annihilated by what they're doing in Book of Boba Fett. And I think that was a really big, giant waste of time if that's the case. Book of Boba Fett had a lot of flaws. Don't get me wrong. It had some cool scenes in it, but they were few and far between. And what they did with Grogu in Book of Boba Fett was the stupidest fucking thing. Because first of all, why did you have 2 episodes of The Mandalorian in Book of Boba Fett? That was completely stupid. You want to have The Mandalorian in there? Fine. Boba Fett looked like a pussy in his own show. He wanders around with his helmet off, rambling to himself like an old man, and then not doing anything badass till like the last episode. Like, he did a couple of kind of badass stuff when he was hanging out with the Tusken Raiders. And I get the story they were going for is he's getting older. He wants to retire being a bounty hunter and do something different. It's a career change. Fine. That can happen. That could be an interesting story. But the actor is getting older, and he's significantly older than what Boba Fett should be at this point in Star Wars history. So there were limitations there because he can't physically do a lot of stuff. So maybe leave his fucking helmet on and you can get a younger person to play him for those scenes. You fucking retards. The story was too slow of a burn with a lot less action than it should have had. And you could tell they cut a lot of corners because they recycled some actors in there for like thugs. There should have been a bigger fight sequence in that last episode. Instead, you had like the same 5 dudes playing. Look, okay, you're going to be thug number 1, and then in a few minutes, I'm going to have you stand 10 feet over that way, and you're going to be another one. You guys know what CGI is, right? How much money were you spending on this? Like $1 million an episode? You couldn't figure out how to CGI in a bigger bad guy force? What are you, fucking retarded? And the Power Ranger people with their stupid little droid limbs? Yeah, the Joan Jett girl was kind of cute. She wasn't that fucking cute. That was stupid. With their little Vespas? Fucking dumb. Why were the Vespas shiny? Everything on that dirt planet is broken and old because it's fucking poor. What is wrong with you guys? Why is everything this mishmash of stuff that you stole from other genres instead of actually looking at your own source material, like, I don't know, A New Hope, and using the idea to get there and put it in? You know, maybe work that in a little bit, use the visual aspects, be like, oh, looks like we have some material here to work with. We could steal from ourselves. No, they got to be fucking dumb. Not even me, right? Right? I didn't mean gay in the fun homosexual way. I meant gay as in, like, wow, this is stupid. So angry about that. What are you retarded? Disney's answer, yes. Yeah, Disney they're trying to fund everything up. And they take the seriousness out of everything. There's quips every other moment. And it's really, really lazy. You can't have silliness all the time. It takes away from the story. There has to be some tension for it to be interesting. If they really wanted a template, they could go back to the old cliffhanger serials and get an idea from them. They treated the material seriously no matter how over the top goofy it was. And they refused to do that, even though that's where George Lucas drew a lot of his obvious influences. The scroll at the beginning of Star Wars, where everything's going up, that's from the old Flash Gordon serials. He didn't invent that. He stole it from Flash Gordon because that's where he stole a lot of ideas for Star Wars. He was trying to get the rights to Flash Gordon and couldn't do it. So he created his own thing, which was inspired by Flash Gordon and the Hidden Fortress. And he just glued the two together with some other pulp ideas at the time. He was inspired by the stuff from the 40s and 50s and 60s because that's when he was inspired as a kid. That was the stuff he grew up on. And the old cliffhanger serials would inspire Disney a lot, I think, if they had better writers. Instead, they've got these people with stupid ideas like naming a spaceship Vessel. And it's navigated by a guy named Geode, who's a rock. Wow, that's so exciting, guys. People love it. It's fucking stupid. Fire your writing staff and get some better writers. Pay more money. But for the behind the scenes, people will take a lower budget show if it's entertaining and well done. Star Trek is a great example of that. Their budget was non-existent, and you could do all the same shit today on a computer. But the story writing is what made the show. Sorry. Got off on a bit of a tangent there. Yeah, exactly, JB. You shouldn't talk so much. How are you on about Star Wars? Yeah, well, yeah, this rumor just pissed me off because it's a stupid rumor from some Twitter feed. That's not a reliable source. I don't believe that they're actually doing this because if they're that stupid, they deserve to fail. And Disney stock should go down. If they're not going to retcon the Disney trilogy into an alternate universe, they are fucking morons. They all deserve to be fired. But Disney isn't learning its lesson because people keep supporting them. They keep going to the theme parks. They keep paying for the action figures. I'm kind of guilty of that because my little tax deductions for my unboxing channel. I've got some Star Wars stuff there. I admit that, but I buy all that shit on clearance because I'm cheapskate. But going to the parks, seeing their movies, and paying for Disney Plus, you're just enabling their bad behavior. So as long as people are supporting it, they're going to keep churning out this boring woke shit that the real fans don't like. And the other people aren't watching because they don't actually have any interest in it. They just like woke stuff. And they're like, yay, woke stuff. Neurodivergent. Oh, God, Philip DeFranco is going to post in a few minutes. Why? Disney stock is taking a major hit. It should. Normies drive pop culture. That's true. They do. And unfortunately, they're not sick of this shit yet for some reason. But you need to explain to people why something sucks, because they may know it sucks, but they're still watching it because they're too stupid to do any better. Seriously, people should be reading more. That's all there is to it. Go to the past and watch stuff. Watch older stuff. Try new things. Go out and give some indie people a shot. A lot of this mainstream pop culture stuff is just garbage. And since this is a comic book channel, I recommend checking out some indie books because there's a lot of good stuff out there in the indies. And Marvel is largely garbage. If you haven't seen my review of the last issue of Spider-Man, it was fucking dog shit. It was one of the most boring pamphlets I've ever read because it's only 20 pages of story. It was garbage. And so much of the mainstream is like that. AAA video games are apparently becoming more and more like that. Movies, pop culture in general is taking a giant crap because we live in a comfortable society full of weak-willed, lame people that love communism, for lack of a better phraseology. Yeah, mainstream books. You've got a lot of people that are editors that are accepting books at the big publishers are accepting stuff they support, which is the futurism and Afrofuturism stuff that's all woke. It's all very, very woke. And you'll note that too by reading it. So go to the past, read older books, watch older movies, check out the cliffhangers. Yeah, they're goofy, but they're fun and they're better written than most of this trash. Go watch The Crimson Ghost. That was a great fucking serial. Hey, Cougar Knife. Last 3 episodes sucked. I thought the last episode was probably their strongest one because stuff actually happened in there. There was actually action. It had a Western feel to it. God, my sinuses drive me nuts. Yeah, unfortunately, leftism is rewarded these days. So communism gets way more eyes on it, and people think that's what's accepted. So they, being the conformists they are, they follow along. And they're like, oh, that's popular. Okay, I guess I get behind that. That's how bad people get elected. And that's how dangerous ideas get put into place. Because people will go along to get along and they want to keep up with the Joneses. It's a dangerous mentality anyway. And it's also a very consumerist mentality, which I'm running a comic channel, so I should probably be careful about that. But yeah, there's a lot of really stupid people out there that'll do dumb stuff. Ugh, sorry, my sinuses are really hitting me hard today. I don't know why. The weather's shifting again. Some shit, I guess. I don't know. Don't give yourself brain freeze, potato. All right, we're at that time of the show, though, where I do my shameless whoring. If you like what you're watching, please hit the like button, share it on your social media, and if you would, consider donating to the show and subscribe if you haven't already. You can donate through the Streamlabs link going through the chat, pinned at the top of the chat, and in the description. If you'd like to support me in other ways, merchandise store and the Patreon are listed in the description. And I should have a new patron video up sometime this week. Hopefully, too. I've been really bad about that. I'm sorry, guys. I will have more stuff coming. I've just been super busy with some really irritatingly bad things going on in my real life. The new age version is keeping up with the Kardashians. Yeah, sadly. Boba Fett and Cad Bane are gunslingers. It's not a kung fu fight with the Rancor showing up midway. I did enjoy that fight scene actually. The Rancor thing was obviously inspired by King Kong. I was indifferent on that. I like giant monsters, so it didn't bother me. And I really like the original King Kong, so I'm cool with that. But the gunslinger sequence I thought was pretty good. It's pretty well done. The idea of like the Pike Syndicate only sending like a dozen dudes though, that was kind of weird to me. And Boba Fett only having a handful of like pseudo Power Rangers on Vespas and a couple of like schmoes from the neighboring village. I would have liked to have had a slightly more epic fight scene there with like more guys. It started out like the Last Stand at the Alamo. It should have been a little bit more epic in scale than that. And they didn't really do that, so I was a little disappointed on that end. But you think they could have CGI'd in some more people? Yeah, I'm gonna keep apologizing about muting myself, but there's a lot of snot here, and you do not want to know about it. They lost me at the Space Vespas. Yeah, me too. He just walked there. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, actually. Like, it was kind of a Western thing. The man with no name wandering in from the desert. I thought that was kind of cool. It made me laugh. It irks me that they couldn't come up with anything even a third as great as Legends. Yeah, it's just the laziness. They wrote those out as canon, and instead of going back to them and mining them, they're just like, no, we'll just create our own. Look, a rock navigator. It's the lack of ideas and any depth to their so-called science fiction writing is insulting. Somewhere DC Fontana is spinning in her grave, whether she's dead or not. I don't know. Harlan Ellison, they think they're on par with these people, and they're not. They lack imagination. They lack any kind of background that would give them any ideas. But they even have no science fiction background. They probably only have like a couple creative writing classes under their belt, written by a bunch of woke commies. So that's what pisses me off the most about what's going on with most of the pop culture is they don't know the legacy that they're working with, and they don't have any respect for it, because if it's old, they hate it because it's imperialist colonialism or some bullshit. Boba Fett won't apologize for some stupid comment. Yeah, that's always dumb, but that's the wokeness injecting itself. That's true, Evolved. I'd give you that if they'd explained it better. It was a good fight, but look, Star Wars is not what it's becoming. Yeah, unfortunately, you're not wrong. Star Wars is really just a lateral move from the crap trilogy that they released. Well, Elson could beat the skin off their backs while he's running them out of town. Yeah, dare to dream, assassin. But unfortunately, science fiction has never really been respected. So now that its popularity has surged, it's getting all these wokeists in there, and they have their own goofy ideas of how utopians should be. And every character they create has to be a utopian. And they have to infest it and destroy what came before. And what came before is quality. And they don't understand that. Yeah, there's always been trash literature out there. Sure, I'll give you that. Hack writers in the 50s were better than these clowns. And they were using gee whiz, golly, and rocket ships. And it was still better written because they at least were trying something different and new. And what these people are doing is rehashing shitty ideas that they saw from other shows. That's not new in communism. They're avoiding the gold mine they decanized only to try and find some gold dust in the river of shit. Yep, that's exactly it. Says me, people don't have any respect for research, and they've taken all the wrong quests from better literature than their own. Like all the names for a character don't have that meaning. Yeah, exactly. Some people are just named Tim, and there's no deep meaning there. It's just his name's Tim. Stop trying to make everything deep. Your pseudo-intellectualism is tiresome. It's like the Matrix movies are real bad about that. The first one, shockingly, was the best of all of them for this because it was a little bit more subtle, and that was about as subtle as a sledgehammer. The other ones, they couldn't hide their pseudo-intellectualism because that's all they have. They don't understand similes and metaphor and analogy. Very important concepts. You don't have to be blatant about everything. You don't have to tell everything. Sometimes you can show. Yeah, you can have some explanation in there for people that aren't getting it. Depends on your age demographic you're targeting. But for God's sake, if you're not good at this, stop doing it, please. You're ruining everything good. It's weird how most of the stuff does actually come back to communism. Not saying that's inaccurate, just strange. Well, there's a certain thematicness to a lot of what's going on. Sci-fi, that's stupid nerd stuff. We can exploit it for the message. Yeah, pretty much. And they'll hire their friends. You see this all the time. Look at how some of these people's names keep appearing over and over again. They jump from one thing to another. We're going to look at an article in a minute about one of the Batwoman writers getting a job. They hire from their own pool so that they can make more money off of it. As subtle as a shotgun. Exactly. Tim the Enchanter? I like that. I use the name Tim all the time. It's a long story, but yeah, I use Tim and Steve. Yeah, it's always about the message. They always have to insert a message. Not everything has to be a deep allegory for the modern political system. But what about Trump? It's tiresome, guys. Really, you don't have to insert all modern woke shit in there. It's just not. Some people just want to have fun, like girls. They want to have fun. Cyndi Lauper taught me that decades ago. All right, tirade is at a pause. Critical Drinker called it. I don't know what he called. I don't watch those guys. Undoomed told me I should watch Red Letter Media. I haven't got around to it yet. I saw one episode a long time ago and I was like, nah, not for me. And I just never revisited it. Orange Man's still bad, yeah, and it will be. This is their he's sort of a Hitler figure to them, and I mean that because they call him Hitler all the time. But it's this ultimate evil figure that they can blame all their problems on. It's sort of like a modern secular Satan. And it's tiresome. I don't want to hear politics all the fucking time. You can disguise politics within your writing if you try, but you don't have to bludgeon everybody with it. And there he sat upon his throne of lies with his orange skin and crown of yellow hair, and he was like, "You're fired." The subtlety just doesn't exist with these clowns. Oh, he coined the catchphrase, "the message." Oh, I see. It just doesn't have to make your story solely to be a vehicle for your message. Yeah, and dial it back about 7 notches because they're so heavy-handed with it. It comes off the same way religious people talk. And that's one of the problems I have with communism is really a secular religion. People have an inherent need to believe in something greater than themselves. Whether you want to admit that or not, it's fine. But there is what they call the God hole in people's lives. They have to have something in their lives as a guidepost of sorts, whether it's to be afraid of or to respect. And it drives literature all the time. And literature spawned all the other mediums. I'm sorry, can't have a movie without some sort of story. Stories evolved from writing and oral tradition, not in the fun oral. So yeah, you have to have some sort of protagonist, antagonist, and for moral relativists, that's very difficult because you don't want to have a bad guy unless it's somebody that you object with completely, like President Satan, Trump. 2 minutes of hate intensifies, yeah. Star Wars was pretty political. Yeah, it was inspired by World War II and the Romans and many other time periods. And there was a lot of political influence there. You had an oppressive regime. You had the Senate was dissolved at the beginning of A New Hope. They mentioned that happened in Rome. A lot of Roman influence and history was worked into Star Wars. The Imperial troops were largely like the senior officers and stuff. Their dress style was based off of the Nazis, so you could see the influences there and have it subtly inserted without saying, "And that's Space Hitler," because nobody wants to read a book or see a movie about Space Hitler, like literally calling him Space Hitler. It's tiresome and lazy. It's intellectually vapid. These people, a lot of these modern creatives work at a 10th grade level. Instead of writing because it was colonialism or some BS. Yeah, JB, sadly. Go to church for your damn God fix. Yeah. Not everything has to have that kind of chick track level. Yeah, see, subtlety, soapboxes are not necessary. It's a crutch, and I understand that. Every writer has done that at some point, but you learn to be more subtle as you go, and we're all guilty of that. But you have to try harder, and nobody challenges them, so they're never told by their boss, "Hey, you need to fix this," so they don't know any better. Rome was a circus, a literal circus. Hey, Camel. But that's for a different stream altogether, according to crazy Twitter lady. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Rome wasn't a real place. That was created by the Spanish Inquisition, according to Rome lady. And I trust her as my source of information, I guess. Use the German name. Yeah. Funny how now they want the empire inclusive of minorities and women. So they want feminists and POCs to be space Nazis. Well, see, the space Nazis have to have all that stuff, but they're still bumbling fools and bad guys, probably run by Space Orange Man bad. So, but you have to have all the heroes be the diverse, neurodivergent, LGBTQIA, blah blah blah, because they're the heroes. They see themselves as the rebellion, when really it's all written like a chick track. If you haven't read chick tracks, if you're too young for those, I highly recommend finding them. You can look them up. Look up Jack Chick, and then Chick Tracks, TRACTS, and read some of them, because they're basically like really unsubtle Bible stories. I mean, really unsubtle. You're going to hell if you believe this, and you will see a lot of parallels with like modern comic books. Sorry, Merle, I hate to correct you, but it was not a World War I helmet. It was actually a samurai helmet. Was the inspiration for Darth Vader's, because originally it was not supposed to have a mask. It was a samurai helmet. They wanted like Sonny Chiba to play Darth Vader. Rogue just flew over my house. yeah, the Greeks. All right, I am off on a massive tangent here, and we've got a lot more to cover. So let me get back to this, but like, share, subscribe, and if you're angry about the rant, just whatever, I don't care. Sit quietly, I don't know. All right, over at ICV2. Spider-Man 29 Exodus covers and character designs. They're bringing Spider-Man 2099 back, which could be cool, but it's modern Marvel, so it's probably not going to be. But it's going to be set in 2099. Now, the last reboot they did of 2099 was total dog shit. It was a couple years ago. I did reviews of all the books, and it was horrifically bad. Horribly bad. I'm actually going to pull those up here in a second, because it was so atrociously bad. There was one decent book in that whole thing, and I think that was Ghost Rider 2099. But otherwise, they were dog shit, and they replaced some of the characters with like, oh, we got to get some POC in here. They were all boring and just horrible. Yeah, here's a compilation of all the reviews I did, if you want to watch it. Like Ghost Rider 2099. I hope they don't mess up. Oh, they will. He's only going to be a side character in this. This is going to be a Spider-Man series, but he's going to interact with the other characters. Now, they put a good capstone on 2099 with Manifest Destiny, which, if you haven't read it, is really good, but it's like $75 because they had a real low print run, but they wrapped it up really nicely. And it was really interesting how they did it too. Because they had an original character come back and wake up in 2099, and they're like, "Oh, we fixed it," and they wrapped everything up. But that reboot they did in 2019, I think it was, it was garbage. It was really bad. In 1992, Marvel embarked on, this is publisher description, on the dystopian far future 2099, and fans discovered a new age of Marvels filled with fascinating takes on their favorite heroes, such as X-Men, Avengers, and of course Spider-Man. And it was done well. Like, you want to make a new character that's Spider-Man, you send him to the far future and fucking call him Miguel O'Hara. Interesting character, started out with a great series. I really liked that book. I stopped reading it in like the 20s. I don't know. I've got a bunch of them sitting here. At some point, I'm going to review them. I've actually got almost all of the 2099 stuff except for Manifest Destiny and a handful of others. And at some point, I'm going to try and get them all and review them. But this year's Superman, so going to get through Superman and probably do 2099 and Batman next year. So it talks about corporate-run society. It's very inspired by like RoboCop and stuff like that. Now, beginning in May's Spider-Man 2099 Exodus Alpha number 1, because they got to milk those number 1s, this all-new limited series will be written by Steve Orlando and brought to life by an all-star lineup of artists throughout the Marvel Comics, blah, blah. Steve Orlando's very hit and miss, so I am a little concerned about this. The story will kick off when a celestial falls to Earth, bringing a glimmer of hope to this broken world. Sensing a chance for real change, fan favorite hero Spider-Man 2099 will undertake a journey that will bring him into contact with all quarters of the Marvel Universe, from Asgard to mutant kind. Each issue will shift focus to a new character or team, debuting exciting new characters along the way, such as 2099 Winter Soldier, a new version of 2099 Loki, and new members of the 2099 X-Men. Recontextualizing the core elements of the 2099 mythos, Spider-Man's quest for a better tomorrow will be a perfect entry point for 2099 newcomers, an essential chapter for those who enjoyed past adventures. This is the word that worries me, is recontextualizing. That means we're changing it to woke nonsense. After fighting battles along the time stream, Miguel O'Hara is at last back defending his present and the world's future. For Spider-Man 2099, the only thing constant about life in Nuevo New York is change. So when a cataclysmic crash creates a new Garden of Eden in what was once the American wastelands, Spider-Man knows exactly what the next atrocity will be. Watch as a mysterious group known as the Cabal plans to set society ablaze and find out which Marvel villain is leading them in this exciting issue. Yay! So yeah, on sale, 5/4 is Alpha, and then the next week is Exodus 1, and a week later is Exodus number 2. So let's take a look at the image gallery. There's the cover. There's another cover. Oh, of course, it's a blue-haired weirdo. Look, minority, generic minority with colored hair. And you know what? That would fit fine in 2099 because there were people with lots of different hairstyles and colors in the 92 version. But in modern era, not the look I would go for. And why does everybody look like they're a yoga instructor in comics now? They're not like buff anymore. They just all look like yoga instructing elves. Oh, look, Valkyrie's an oppressed minority. Uh-oh. What's sad is Spider-Man looks kind of cool here. The rest of this art looks like trash, though. Oh, look, another hipster outfit. Good job. Real in depth there. Really tried hard to reinvent anything. Generic looking Winter Soldier. Side of her head shaved. We got the hero haircut. Colored hair. Minority. The minority savior complex is getting really lazy. So, yep, this is going to be garbage. I am not impressed. So if you like Spider-Man 2099, get ready for them to take a steaming shit all over it. The villain, people who live in Kansas. Yep. Well, to be fair, they did create the idea of the breadbasket of the country being destroyed back in the original 2099, so that's not new. They're just going to jump on it with their nonsense. Never liked the 2099 series. Yeah, I get what they were doing with it. They wanted to like show that the heroes would survive, like their legends would survive in the future, but the new stuff was just crap. At least they had some original characters, like the X-Men and the 2099 universe were not any of the original X-Men. They were new characters that adopted the X-Men mentality. So I guess that, the original X-Men of like brotherhood and getting along, that sort of thing. Not this new woke shit where they're a bunch of ethnos supremacists. So yeah, I get what they were doing with it, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. But this new stuff is just hot garbage. Oh, the new Sandman's gonna suck, JB. I'm sorry to tell you. They're already changing a lot. All right, over at Polygon, let's talk about the Rings of Power. All right, we gotta get into this, guys. Buckle in if you're a Lord of the Rings fan. This is Galadriel, who's apparently now a warlord or some shit. Never mind this like powerful person's elf. What was never mentioned to be like a sword wearing girl armor. That armor looks stupid. Swordsman of any kind that I remember, but whatever. This is from a couple days ago, February 10th. Super Bowl Sunday, we'll see the release of the first trailer for Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. But the build up to the footage has been somewhat appropriate journey for the franchise. Sorry, I had some sneezing in there. Probably have another one here in a second. Young Galadriel, played by Morfrid Clark. I guess that's her. I don't know. Damn sinuses. So let's look at these pictures. Oh, wait, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this? Is that a dwarf? Ugh. Next picture. A second, let me scroll. Let's see. I have the original article. Let's get a better look at this because Polygon's a bunch of wokies. Gandalf and the Hobbit crew weren't even around. This takes place before, like the generation or the third age of man, I think it is, and the Hobbit's like 2,000 years later. She's hunting down Galadriel, played by Cate Blanchett in the Peter Jackson trilogy. So in this one, based on a report from Vanity Fair, she's hunting down the collaborators of the recently defeated first great Dark Lord, Morgoth. His apprentice, Sauron, has gone off the grid. Other characters include Prince Durin IV, denizens of the underground kingdom of Khazad-dûm, a.k.a. Moria, Dizza, the Dwarven Princess, or what's his face, I can't pronounce, the newly invented Elven character, and young Elrond. He's politically ambitious. All right, so let's take a look at this original article. Hey, Becca, how's it going? And let me move that over. Damn it, I gotta blow my nose again. Hang on. I think I bought Kleenexes today. Jeez. All right. Vanity Fair. Here we go. Amazon's Lord of the Rings inside the Rings of Power. All right. Fairly innocuous image of some watery tart, right? You know, like whatever. And then you're like, okay, why does she have a sword? Why is she hunting this down? Wasn't she like an elven higher up, you know, one of the nobility types? And here she's a common soldier. Weak. Because of Bezos' immense wealth, yeah, let's blame that. The Rings of Power is actually less of a financial risk than it is a reputational one. They spent like $1 billion on this show. Amazon needs to definitely make clear that it can produce great, giant prestige shows. With the series, it's courting additional danger of amending and elaborating on the canon of a beloved storyteller. Showrunners Patrick McKay and J.D. Payne are agonizingly aware of the pressure their series will juggle 22 stars and multiple storylines from deep within the dwarf mines of the Misty Mountains to the high politics of the elven kingdoms of Lindon and the humans' powerful Atlantis-like island Numenor, or whatever. All this will center eventually around the incident that gives the trilogy its name, the Forging of the Rings. Rings for elves, rings for dwarves, rings for men, and one ring Sauron used to deceive them all. It's the story of the creation for all those powers, where they come from, and what they did to each of those races. The driving question behind the production, he adds, is this: can we come up with the novel Tolkien never wrote and do it as a mega event series that can only happen now? Bum, bum, bum. All right, so she survives at sea. Nobody fucking cares. They're very vague about the actual story in here, I think. All right, so here's some character profiles. We got Prince Durin IV, prince of the bustling subterranean realm of Khazad-dûm. The dwarven princess Disa. How does she have melanin when dwarves are underground all the fucking time? And then we have a black guy, Elvin Arondir, played by Ishmael Cruz Cordova. Character's been created for the series. He's got Green Man face on his wood armor. Nice touch, but not impressed so far. Now, some of the footage that's leaked out about this really looks lame. Now, this shot looks really cool, but a lot of the footage doesn't look very good. So, okay, here we have some gay dude dressed as an elf. Oh, that's Elrond. He looks a lot different than Hugo Weaving. Yeah, over the years, Christopher Tolkien has left lucrative bids for other Middle-earth material on the table. Yeah, he's walked away from a lot of stuff because he didn't think they'd do respect to it. But now, that's not the case. He's gone. He's retiring. They're selling their rights to the appendices that outline what the author had referred to as the Second Age or Middle-earth, along with any references to that time period in the Lord of the Rings itself. If you're not up to date on your ages, the second one is seemingly a time of peace for Middle-earth after an era of horror and conflict. The wicked god Morgoth has been defeated and his apprentice Sauron has vanished. As the series begins, Galadriel is hunting down the last remnants of their collaborators who claimed the life of her brother. The Third Age and the adventures of Frodo, Sam, and the Fellowship await some thousands of years in the future. Starting price of Tolkien's estate auction was a gobsmacking $200 million, which would have been a non-starter if not for the industry's obsession with finding the next Game of Thrones. I disagree. I think they saw the success of the movies and thought there's still money here. And the books will be read for ages as long as they're not taken out of print for not being woke enough. And the money isn't only the daunting factor. A handful of ageless characters like the elves, Galadriel, and Elrond could appear in the new series as their younger selves, but the studio making it would have to forego fan favorite hobbits and wizards who weren't major players in the Second Age. The Tolkien estate also wanted input in the direction of the series. The potential upside, though, was a must-see show with a built-in audience that could virtually guarantee survival in the great global streaming war. I think that's a very arrogant statement. Bezos' Amazon team won the rights for $250 million. He's personally a huge fan of Tolkien, incredibly passionate about all of it, and very well versed. This is Jennifer Salk, the head of Amazon Studios. This desire to be ambitious and for us to be ambitious with our content has always been clear from the moment I got here. This fits perfectly with that big ambition to take on something that would require the whole company. This is a bunch of corporate speak. It says nothing, but there's a lot of words to it. Amazon won't confirm the show's budget, But on top of the money for the rights, the government of New Zealand has placed a production expenditures at $462 million for the first season alone. Now that'll go down on if they do a second and third season, it'll get cheaper because they can reuse sets, costuming will already be there, that sort of thing. That figure includes building infrastructure that will be used in later seasons, and it's been offset by a $108 million tax rebate. But by contrast, Amazon's recent fantasy series, The Wheel of Time, cost $80 million a season. Once you factor in the eventual global marketing campaign and the cost of those subsequent seasons, there's no question that the Ring of Power will eventually speed far beyond the $1 billion mark. Oh, look what we have here. Browen, played by somebody I can't pronounce, foreign, with her forbidden love, Ardenorm, that guy in the village. So, just what is that about? Oh, okay, look, some elf shit. All right, that looks okay, right? Wait, what's this shit? There's that chick we were just talking about. Browen is a single mother and healer, seen in her apothecary. Single mother apothecary. Right. Look, guys, she's a single mom. She could do it all. She has a full-time job doing some hippie bullshit. She's a healer with her white sage and other bullshit, and she's a strong, independent woman who can raise a child on her own, and she's played by a minority, so she's everything. She's probably kind of gay too, and she wants to bang an elf, so I guess that's sort of gay. I want to bang an elf too, but for different reasons. So yeah. Look, this is cool, right, guys? They have moose horns as backpacks or something. Nomadic hunters wandering the field of Middle Earth. Ugh. So will there be Westeros levels of violence and sex in Amazon's Middle Earth? In short, no. Goal is to make a show for everyone, from kids who are 11, 12, and 13, even though they sometimes might pull a blanket over their eyes if it's too scary. We've talked about the tone in Tolkien's books as material that is sometimes scary and sometimes very intense, sometimes quite political. Oh no, is Trump going to appear? Sometimes quite sophisticated. It's also heartwarming and life-affirming and optimistic. Mary Sue's. It's about friendship, and it's about brotherhood and underdogs overcoming great darkness. How many people think there's going to be somebody with like blue hair on day one in this? They are going to put hobbits in, even though they're not supposed to be there. They're called Harfoots because they have hairy feet. Get it? Ugh. So yeah, it's going woke, guys. This could be some really woke stuff. A new character, fugitive from his own past. They lost me at the single mom shit, because you know that's going to be woke as fuck. If you want to read, I'm done reading this. If you want to read more, I'll drop the link. Lord of the Cock Rings on Skinamax. Yeah, that's the best way to watch it. Don't sword shame her. I'll sword shame whoever I want. It's a prequel. At some point, all these people will be holocausted. Yeah, because there was never any black hobbits because it took place in fucking England. The equivalent of England. Aren't moose indigenous to North America? Yeah, that's a hate fact. So yeah, this is going to be some boring ass woke shit. I'd put money on it. They have to have the soulful minorities in there as brown savior complex. They talk about white savior complex all the time, so they decided to reverse that. Nobody wants to read that crap. Hey, if it's there if you want it, because people always bitch if I don't. Oh, you didn't provide any proof of that. Well, there's the fucking link. How's that? So, yeah, I don't blame you if you don't want to read that shit. But bounding into, Bleeding Fool had an interesting piece on this. It follows up. As backlash grows to Amazon's new Lord of the Rings story series, IP owners want to sell. I do like that. That's funny. Thanks to Vanity Fair, we have some new information to share with you about the highly anticipated fantasy epic, Lord of the Rings, Power of the Ring. Rings of Power, whatever. Power Rangers, what? I don't fucking care. I'm not going to watch this shit. Along with some new photos, the studio shared new details which offered far more insight into the story that the series plans to tell, new characters who fill it. It follows the forging of the original Rings of Power that allowed Dark Lord Sauron to spread darkness across Middle-earth. Producers say the series will feature 22 main characters and several plot lines, many of which have been created from scratch. One such story is the forbidden romantic relationship between a single mom who is the village healer, witch, portrayed by Nazanin Banandi, and the elf Arnett, played by some black dude. The first look profile of the series, the project's creative team apparently wasn't prepared for the backlash from fans of their new vision, so they responded the way most self-absorbed Hollywood ideologues do when fans don't react positively to their offerings. They blasted it as racist trolls that hate diversity. No, we hate forced diversity. You have to explain the Black Elves. We didn't see any Black Elves before, so you have to explain if they're a different type of elf, like Dark Elves or Night Elves, as they used to be called. There's a specific term that I can't pronounce in the Norse, so I'm not even going to try to butcher Nordic languages. But there were Dark Elves in the ancient lore, so they could just say they're those. But otherwise, like the subterranean drow in D&D were like more purple, blue, I guess. It felt only natural to us that an adaptation of author J.R.R. Tolkien's work would reflect what the world actually looks like. Why? It's a fictional world, you fucking idiot. They're not driving semis around. Oh, yeah, you can't do that honking. Says Lindsay Weber, an executive producer on the series. Tolkien is for everyone. Yeah? So what does skin tone have to do with it then, you shallow bitch? Fucking racist. His stories are about his fictional races doing their best work, and when they leave the isolation of their own cultures and come together. Tolkien scholar Mariana Rios Maldonado asked, who are these people that feel so threatened or disgusted by the idea that an elf is black or Latino or Asian? Nobody is upset with that. They're upset that you're forcing it in instead of explaining why they don't fit in with the traditional European notions of these things. Because when somebody says elf, you have a very distinct notion of what an elf is and why they look the way they do. And if you're taking from a known context like the literature of J.R.R. Tolkien, he followed very heavily on European folklore. So he describes his characters in very specific ways, and there were not any Latino people in the entire region of North America or of Europe when Tolkien wrote these books of setting them in the folklore eras. The dwarves historically had no black people or Latino people or even Asian people. Elves, you could probably get away with saying they had Asiatic features because they tend to be a specific look, but I think you'd be at a stretch to not explain how they are magically diverse all of a sudden. Yeah, it's not cultural appropriation when you do it, exactly. It does sound like Black Fragility, yeah. Try again, several original tales or all new adventures, something but written from scratch sounds so cheap. Well, they're bad writers, so you're not wrong. It's written from scratch sounds about right because they're just jamming a bunch of shit together and stirring it up to see if it works. The story follows blah blah blah. Elf played by Ismael Cruz Cordoza, the first person of color to play a Tolkien elf on screen, because Tolkien never brought up their skin tone. I mean, they were described largely as being white people because that's what most elven mythology is. If you're going to say that it's the first person of color to play a Tolkien elf, who cares? But you have to explain that. You have to explain where they all went. The dwarven Princess Disa, played by Sophie Novmet, franchise's first female dwarf, as well as the first black woman to play a Lord of the Rings dwarf. It's not the first female dwarf. There have been female dwarves before. It's the first Lord of the Rings dwarf who's black. Which, again, how do you get melanin when you work underground almost exclusively? If anything, dwarves should be described as albinos. In addition, there are familiar characters such as young versions of 11 favorites, including Galadriel and Elrond. Two types of beloved characters have been restricted from the series, wizards and hobbits, who weren't major players in the Second Age. But they already said in that other article that there are some hobbits, they're just called Harfoots. It remains unclear whether it's the show's producers or Amazon's marketing department that determines which of these so-called firsts are noteworthy enough to merit mention. This latest news is in all the trades as Amazon prepares a teaser trailer for Rings of Power during the Super Bowl. The fact that they're releasing this and they're relying on the skin tone of the people to stir up drama tells you the stories are shit. So when they do this every time, whenever they want to point out diversity, like, look, first black dwarf, first Latino hill giant, whatever, it tells you their story sucks because they're relying on this shock value bullshit, the diversity, and then they can say, oh, it's just a bunch of racists when their show flops because it's so poorly done. This is what you got for $1 billion, is a lazy tokenism, not Tolkienism, tokenism. Well, it's true that Peter Jackson's trilogy of films featured far fewer actors of color than Amazon's Rings of Power. The criticism stems mostly from the producers' feel is their modern approach to the storylines and the creation of all new characters and plots. I don't want to watch a Japanese movie that takes place in Japan during the feudal era full of white dudes, okay? I'm not talking strictly about some ethno-supremacy bullshit like a lot of people are going to want to describe. No. What I want is for it to make logical, coherent sense. They're using European folklore to tell a story about European-style history and storytelling. And then they're ham-fistedly wedging a bunch of things that don't fit into that. It's stupid. It's sort of like if they start wedging in Jinn into Lord of the Rings. It'd be weird because that didn't happen in the European mythologies. You have to have a reason for it. Like they imported something from the sand regions. You know, it has to be explained why things are the way they are. Not providing an explanation just looks like tokenism. If black people like this, I don't understand it. You're just getting hand-me-down stuff. Spaghetti Eastern? Yeah. So this hand-me-down crap is tiresome. It's lazy storytelling. Again, it goes back to that rant I had a little while ago that they don't understand how to do creative things. They only know how to wedge things in and destroy. They are not creators, they are destructors. In a bold move, condenses Tolkien's Merle timeline and adds entirely new characters. No, these are tokens. These are hand-me-downs. Do you want second-hand characters? Do you want well-done characters that make sense? If you want to have a Black Elf, fine. Give him an accent. Say he comes from another land. It would make more sense because the elves of the Nordic regions or Europe, where the elven mythology comes from, you would have to have a reason why for fans to make the most sense of it. And if they say, well, this is an elf from a different region of Middle Earth, fine. That would make sense. And it'd give people some acting challenge and give some character traits to the character. Instead, this is just tokenism. It's bad enough starting off your series with the mindset, actually, we're smarter than Tolkien, but even the framing of this is so unbelievably disrespectful. But unfortunately, not surprising, this is yet another example of leftists taking a sacred and loved media and corrupting it. Yep, I completely agree. Yes, because elves, wizards, dwarves, moving, talking trees, orcs, trolls, and others totally is what the world actually looks like. It's called fantasy for a reason. Yeah. Representation matters, so I applaud this move, but it's not necessary to create new characters. Second Age story has more than enough characters for actors of all colors to play. This is a show for fans of the books, and we want to see the characters we know come to life. Yeah, well, they're doing it for woke points. They want the little backpats. Yay me! Look how woke I am. I gave the colors to people. Look at me. I'm a rainbow holder. Yeah, that's how that works. This is white savior complex for sure. This is what they used to call white man's burden. You got to reach down and lift up the minorities because you're so righteous. Oh, look at me. I'm helping. You're never helping with handouts. Why don't you create something more interesting or something new? But they can't do that. The studio found itself in hot water among fans last year after a report surfaced that the production had hired intimacy coordinators and ensured in the casting process that the actors be comfortable with appearing in nude scenes. In a response to last year's petition urging the Amazon series not to include nudity and gratuitous sex scenes, producers confirmed they do not plan to turn Rings of Power into a Game of Thrones style epic. According to Vanity Fair, the short answer is no when it comes to Thrones level violence and sex. As showrunner Patrick McKay told Vanity Fair, the goal is to make a show for everyone. We looked at that. Fans only just recently got a first teaser, and details have been sparse about the fantasy series, but the studio had confirmed the series takes place as, blah, blah, blah. In a separate report, Vanity Fair announced that Saul Zayten's company, the parent company of Middle-earth Enterprises, Zayten's company is currently looking to sell off its holdings on Lord of the Rings and Hobbit franchises. This includes movie, merchandising, gaming, and live event rights. The company was formed shortly after Tolkien sold the rights in 1976. Middle-earth Enterprises, originally called Tolkien Enterprises, produced in 1978 an adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, directed by Ralph Bakshi. From 2001 to 2003, they went on to produce the infamous Lord of the Rings trilogy, directed by Peter Jackson. Throughout the years, the company has had a hand on distribution, producing, and merchandising of the franchise. The timing of this announcement should be very curious to Lord of the Rings fans. While Amazon is preparing for the grand premiere of its highly anticipated, mega-sized budget TV series Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, it is expected that Amazon will be a prime candidate to grab those rights still held by Xantes. Currently, the properties are projected to bring in at least $2 billion based on the popularity and reputation of the IP. And they may feel the value could drop after the series debuts. Based on what we're learning this week, it might be indeed a good time to sell. Show premieres on September 2nd. I think they are pissing away a lot of money here and a lot of potential. Look, this guy might be a perfectly fine actor, but you have to explain where the Black Elves are coming from and where they all went. Because they don't appear in the later movies, and it makes no sense. And I think this is dumb. Weaponized empathy. Absolutely. It's always been a crutch people fall back on, and it ends up just hurting the people they think they're helping. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I think this is going to be lame and probably very, very boring with lots of talking and jibber jabber that means nothing, and a lot of interpersonal stuff and stuff about, look at me, I'm light-skinned and I'm dating this black elf and society doesn't approve because it's 1955 in The Lord of the Rings. And she's, of course, a strong, independent woman who doesn't need no man, and she can do it all, raising that kid by herself. Ugh, it's tiresome and boring. All right. From that rant, we're probably going to go a little long today, so it'll probably be 3 hours. Sorry about that. I got a lot to cover here that we didn't get to over the past week or so. What was that Star Wars rumor? The Star Wars rumor is that Mary Sue Ray is going to be the head of a new Jedi Order, and they're going to make 3 new movies based on that. Star Wars sequels are infamous. Yeah, that's fair. Did Lord of the Ring have diners? Does now. Yeah. They'll have to get a pack of smokes. Jesus. Oh, wow. I can neither confirm nor deny that. All right, as usual, we're at the hour mark, so if you haven't already, please hit the like button, share this on your social media, and subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss future insane rantings. And if you would, consider supporting the show with a donation via the Streamlabs. Oh, like Retro just did. Shekels for Jack. Thank you, Retro. Appreciate it, man. That's generous of you, man. Appreciate it. It helps keep the show going, and I got a big tax bill coming up, so. All right, let's go over to Bounding into Comics and learn about the new Batman movie, which I wish I was more excited for. I really do. But with all the production problems this movie has had and the stories that are getting out about the behind-the-scenes stuff with like Robert Pattinson refusing to work out and buff up, I don't have a lot of faith in this. I might see it, but I might wait for video too, because it just doesn't really look like it's going to be very good, but we can always hope, I guess. Robert Pattinson describes Bruce Wayne as a weirdo, said his Batman persona is almost like a drug addiction. You're selling me on the movie here, I guess. What? Oh, I gotta get in my bat suit. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Batarangs, man. Yeah. Oh, man, we should legalize batarangs. Oh, God, it's tiresome. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this dude, because he can be a decent actor, but he seems like a real fucking lunatic. Actor Robert Pattinson, who plays Batman and alter ego Bruce Wayne in the upcoming The Batman film, recently declared the film does not feature Bruce Wayne's Playboy persona, described Batman as a weirdo, and labeled his Bat persona as almost like a drug addiction. See, that poster looks pretty cool, but he looks, again, like a yoga instructor. Pattinson made the declaration in an interview with GQ to promote the upcoming film. First, Pattinson detailed he had seen a rough cut of the film detailing the opening shot. The first shot is so jarring from any other Batman movie that it's just a totally different pace. It's what Matt was saying from the first meeting I had with him. I want to do a 70s noir detective story like The Conversation. That sounds, general concept-wise, that's cool. That could be really good. And I kind of assumed that meant the mood board or something, the look of it. But from the first shot, oh, this is actually a detective story. You were in the fucking movie, you retard. Like right here you are with this ugly chick. People of Gotham deeply fear the Dark Knight. Yeah, of course. He's supposed to be scary. Pattinson then revealed he had no idea Batman was an actual detective. And I feel like an idiot because I didn't even know Batman was the world's greatest detective. I hadn't heard that in my life before, but it really plays. You were in a Batman movie and did zero research on Batman, because that's a tagline they've used for years. You didn't bother to go read any comic books or see the other movies or anything. You've never encountered this phrase. Were you on drugs the whole time, Pattinson? Seriously. Just because there's a lot of stuff where he's in amongst the cops. Normally when you see Batman, he arrives and beats people up. But he's having conversations and there are emotional scenes between them, which I didn't think that have been in any other movies. Oh, yeah. He's like, how's the kids? Are you feeling okay, officer? That's Catwoman, who is, you're no Eartha Kitt lady. That's Zoe. What's her face? I don't fucking care. From there, Pattinson revealed Bruce Wayne will not be a playboy in the film. He relayed, I've definitely found a little interesting thread. He doesn't have a playboy persona at all, so he's kind of a weirdo as Bruce and a weirdo as Batman. And I kept thinking there's a more nihilistic slant to it. Part of the interesting part of having a secret identity is you get to be two people at once. Bruce Wayne is the facade. The real Bruce Wayne died when his parents were killed, and he became Batman then. And Bruce Wayne is another mask he wears out in public. He comes off as like this flighty, goofball playboy who's kind of dumb and just is really shallow and the usual rich kid kind of thing. That's a persona to distract from the fact that he's fucking Batman. Whereas if you're a giant weirdo, people are going to be like, something weird about that dude. We should watch him. God, how is that so hard to understand? Yeah, Kravitz. I knew it was somebody I didn't care about. The Batman's the weapon Bruce Wayne uses to seek justice. Yeah, but Batman is who he is because he's trained so hard to be that. The goofiness of like being a playboy and not caring about anything and just like, I don't really know my own business. You know, I don't really care. I don't get involved in that. I'm going to go hang out on my yacht. That's all a facade to hide who he really is. Because normally in all the other movies, Bruce goes away, trains, and returns to Gotham believing in himself, thinking, I'm going to change things here. But in this, it's sort of implied that he's had a bit of a breakdown. Oh, yeah, that's what I want my superheroes. Crying. He elaborated. But this thing he's doing, it's not even working. Like it's 2 years into it. The crime has gotten worse since Bruce started being Batman. The people of Gotham think he's just another symptom of how shit everything is. Benson then went on to reveal another scene from the film. This is the scene where he's beating everyone up on this train platform, and I just love that there's a bit in the script where the guy he's saving is also just like, it's worse. You're either being mugged by some gang members or a monster comes and like fucking beats everyone up. The guy has no idea that Batman's come to save him. It just looks like this werewolf. I don't know how you could mistake this as a werewolf, but all right, weirdo. She should be in a mask. Look, there's a reason for secret identities. Actors do not understand this because they want their faces everywhere. Hugo Weaving understood it for V for Vendetta because you never saw his face. You saw his hands and they were all burned up, but you never saw his face. Because Hugo Weaving understood that wearing a mask means something. And hiding your identity can mean something. Not everybody needs to know who you are. And it actually behooves you, if you're committing crimes, to not be recognized. Like, I don't know, being a vigilante that goes out and beats the shit out of criminals all the time. Might be a good idea to hide your persona. Just saying. Not leave your information laying around. That's dumb. The actor went on to state, and I keep trying to play into that. I kept trying to think, am I going to express this so badly that there's this thing with addressing trauma? All the other stories say the death of his parents is why Bruce becomes Batman. But I was trying to break that down into what I thought was a real way instead of trying to rationalize it. You're overthinking it, dumbass. He's created this intricate construction for years and years and years, which has culminated in this Batman persona, but it's not like a healthy thing that he's done. How do you know? He saves people's lives all the time. I'd say that's pretty healthy. He then claimed that being Batman is almost like a drug addiction. He attempted to justify this claim by detailing another scene. GQ paraphrased him, writing, "There's a moment when Alfred asks Bruce what his family would think of him tarnishing the family legacy with this new side hustle." Okay, first of all, I don't think somebody like Bruce Wayne would use the phrase side hustle outside of like quoting someone else because he's literate. Pattinson then stated, as Bruce says, "This is my family legacy. If I don't do this, there's nothing else for me." I've always read that as not like there's nothing else, like I don't have a purpose, but like I'm checking out, and I think that makes it a lot sadder, like it's a sad movie. No, he's saying there's nothing more important to my family legacy than saving the city. Because the Wayne family is integrated heavily into Gotham. They were there since its foundation all the way up to the present. So they have a long history within the city. Hang on, my phone's going off. Sorry about that. Normally on Mondays I have a thing at 6 o'clock. But Batman's legacy is to use his family fortune in a way that helps people. And not only does he have like the Wayne Foundation and all these other ways that he helps people, but he goes out and fights the most vicious, vile scum of the planet that are congregating in this city because it's a shithole, effectively. It's kind of like being in Cincinnati or Youngstown for a really extended period, or Detroit. It's just a dump. That's why they filmed a lot of The Dark Knight in Detroit, because, well, it has the look. So he's not a sad character. If anything, Batman is quite the opposite. He is somebody that inspires hope because he has to dress up to scare criminals and fight them. But deep down, he is doing good. He fights the people the cops can't get to. He solves crime that the cops can't in ways that they can't. And he has the resources to do it. he goes on, it's kind of about him trying to find some element of hope in himself and not just the city. Normally, Bruce never questions his own ability. He questions the city's ability to change. But I mean, it's kind of an insane thing to do. The only way I can live is to dress up as a bat, he asserts. This is dumb. No, he dresses up like a bat to scare criminals. It's in his fucking origin story. Criminals are a superstitious and cowardly lot. I need a way to make them afraid, and a bat flies through his fucking window. It's been that way since the 30s, you fucking retard. Do some 10 seconds of research on Batman. Pattinson then concluded with a laugh. DC is the kind of emo comic. There's a nihilistic side to it. Even the artwork is really, really different. So hopefully there's a lot of sad people. There are a lot of sad people in the world. Batman is not a sad character. The fact that he goes out and fights crime shows that he thinks there's a chance to save the world, or he won't be doing it. Save the city. It's coming out on March 4th and HBO Max 45 days later on April 22nd. I might watch it on HBO Max because I actually have the access to that, but I don't think I'm going to see this in the theater. I don't think he understands the character, and they don't understand heroics in general. Oh, hey, Andrew. Things are looking much better for my mother, and she's more energy and ambition now. Oh, glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. Thank you, Involved Potato, for the donation. Something I think you didn't touch on in Lord of the Rings show is the Dwarven princess about not having a beard. That's true. I did forget that. I should probably make notes or something. In Tolkien lore, they dress and basically look exactly the same as dwarf men. It looks like someone that's never seen the movies made it. Yep. They've never read the books. They've never seen the movies. And you're right. You're right. I did forget about that. But yeah, dwarven women basically just are androgynous. And you think that they would jump at the chance to do that because of the implications for the trans community. He doesn't get Batman not one bit. Oh, have a good one, Merle. Thanks for coming out. Pattinson may have only read the Tom King run of Batman. Yeah, a bunch of nihilistic crybaby navel gazing. Because that's what this looks like. This is fucking pathetic. But I don't think he even bothered to read a Wikipedia article. It sounds like he half-assed this whole thing anyway. Won't work out. Didn't really show up on time for stuff. Really, really phoned it in. And it shows from some of the clips that leaked early on in the pictures where the stuntmen were like buff dudes, and Pattinson looks like he's like the brother on Napoleon Dynamite. Hey, Kip, I'm Batman. Oh, jeez. Damn it, Napoleon, I'm Batman. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of high hopes, and that article did not help. All right, let's look at that article on Batwoman. Batwoman writer Natalie Abrams signs with CAA. Ugh. Could you get any more stereotypical? I mean, really. And what's with the popularity of the Aryan Youth League haircuts here? Like in the 80s, this was a neo-Nazi haircut. And now it's a woke haircut. Wonder if there's any connection. CAA has signed Batwoman writer Natalie Abrams for representation in all areas. Abrams has been with the CW series since its debut in 2019 and currently serves as executive story editor. She has penned 6 episodes of Batwoman. From what I've seen of Batwoman, that's not something I would tell people about. Tragically weird weirdo. Oh, yeah, Louis. It's exactly the same. Yeah, well, Assassin, that would require effort, and Tom King sucks. He's always like, I'm subverting expectations. Because he's a crap writer. CAA must be really struggling, right? He's goofy looking. And ear pucks mandatory. Yeah. Sadly, that look is... What used to be punk is now trendy. So that's why bikers are pissed off all the time, because they used to have tattoos that say, mean to tell you subliminally, go away, and now it means come up and talk to me and give me attention, and bikers hate that shit. So now the haircuts as well. Yeah, BG, you're not wrong. Along with fellow Batwoman writers Chad Fivash and James Starrow, Abrams is also a co-creator of DC Comics drama Gotham Knights, which last week scored a pilot order at the CW. The project centers on a rebellious adopted son of Bruce Wayne, who, along with the children of Batman's enemies, is framed for the murder of the Caped Crusader. They join together to clear their names and potentially becomes Gotham City's next saviors. See, they always have to kill off Batman. He's not in Batwoman. And now they're going to literally kill him because he's an evil white dude. Abrams will be a co-executive producer of the pilot, of course. Prior to joining Batwoman, Abrams, who's married to the Hollywood Reporter West Coast TV editor Leslie Goldberg, wrote episodes of Supergirl and All-American at the CW. She's also written a Batwoman tie-in comic for DC that's due for release in the spring, which I'm sure is going to be trash. I might read that one because there's always the possibility it'll be good, but I also am like curious like a car wreck would be. You know, like, oh, that's messy. Look at that. They really did a number on that one. Abrams previously worked as a journalist at TV Guide and Entertainment Weekly. She also co-hosted Superhero Insider on EW's channel. She's a fake geek. So, yeah, she's even dating someone that works or married to a Hollywood Reporter. So that's why this is on here, because her wife probably pulled some strings to get this news in here. But wokies fail upward because the wokists support each other. Did a wrong thing there. Seed expectations, not subverted them. Yeah, we don't do that anymore because expectations is, see, it's part of deconstructionism. You have to subvert expectations because it's easier to do that by tearing something down and putting a lazy insert in it. That's all this is. It's more deconstructionism. They don't know how to create. They only know how to manipulate and destroy. Why'd you get fired from McDonald's? I guess you could say I subverted their expectations. Exactly, Peter. Exactly. Subverting expectations is a code word for lazy or intellectually vapid. If you don't have something to contribute, maybe look into another field. But if you've seen the Batwoman show, you wonder how these people get work. It's because they all cover each other's asses. And if that wasn't bad enough, Marvel Comics is getting to do some more recycling. He's tall, white, speaks English with a foreign accent that makes him exotic to certain people in Hollywood who've already exploited the middle American corn-fed farm boy. Can almost respect it. The tried and true method of fame, bang and marry someone with talent or position. At least that's honest, Okie. You're not wrong. And hi, how's it going, man? All right, let's laugh at Marvel's being lazy and pathetic. I swear they have no idea what they're doing. If they fired Sana Amanat and Kevin Feige, Marvel Comics might improve. Because I think at his heart, CB Cebulski is a fan, but he's easily misled. He's easily led, and I don't think he has any real power. And I think he's too afraid to stand up on his own and say no to stuff. I think the guy's kind of a pussy is really what I'm saying here. Over Bleeding Fool, Marvel Comics announced a sequel to Secret Invasion. Because recycling is all they know how to do. 14 years ago, Marvel Comics line was dominated by a massive crossover called Secret Invasion. In the story, the Avengers learned too late that the shape-shifting Skrulls have spent years kidnapping and replacing key figures across the world, all to pave the way for a complete takeover of Earth. Our heroes managed to save the day, but not without a heavy cost. It seems the Skrulls are ready to try again. And this is because of what's coming up here. Even as Marvel Studios adapts Secret Invasion for the MCU, Marvel Comics is revisiting the iconic storyline in a new limited series written by Ryan North, who wrote the unbeatable Squirrel Girl, and artist Francesco Mobley, who's doing Daredevil. The sequel once again deals with the Skrulls making a power play for Earth, but pretty much everything else about the Secret Invasion is different. Oh no, my expectations subverted again. No, everything's pretty much the same, substituting a gimmick instead of good storytelling. And that's what's so iconic about it. Their excuse this time is that it's allegedly a self-contained 5-part miniseries. It never is. There's always tangent books. The fact that this new series shares the same title as the original crossover may lead Marvel readers to assume it's a reboot or reimagining rather than a direct sequel. However, the new Secret Invasion is a continuation of the original evil, even if it's also designed to be read and enjoyed as a standalone story. Now, the problem here is that they're recycling the names. They've been doing this a lot. They did this with not War of the Gods. Damn it. They just did it recently with a storyline. I don't fucking remember. I'm really tired. I'm drawing a blank now that I thought about it. But they're just going to call it Secret Invasion. Not Secret Invasion 2, just Secret Invasion. It's really fucking lazy. Oh, the Trial of Magneto. That's what it was. In a sequel that it takes place in the same Marvel universe as the first one, and everyone in the story remembers the first one happening. But it's more of a standalone story because they've all learned from that adventure and aren't interested in seeing it go that way, same way twice, where they almost lose the Earth alien invaders, North tells IGN. You don't have to have any of the 2008 series to enjoy this, of course. The book tells you all you need to know, and there's a few little callbacks you'll catch. It's no use for building up on a terrible, overrated project from the late 2000s. Oh, I agree with that. Little more than an excuse to spotlight the Skrulls again without relying on talented craftsmanship. Oh, and look what else is told. There will be at least one iconic Avenger playing a prominent role in the series. However, like the original Secret Invasion, Iron Man is a major figure in the conflict, even if he isn't director of S.H.I.E.L.D. this time around. North explains that Tony Stark was a natural choice to accompany Mariah Hill, and Nick Fury on this espionage tale. Honestly, Tony's always been the least espionage adjacent. Really? And I love both him and how he interacts with Mariah. So including him was a pretty obvious first stop for me. I think all I want to say is he's got an unexpected role in the story. That way, if you think he's a Skrull, I'm denying it. And if you think he's not a Skrull, then I'm denying that too. I'm just over here like a true spy, answering your questions with non-answers that only raise more questions. Well, then that's all we need to know. This could be deceiving readers into buying something that'll end up being as much of a ripoff as the first one, which didn't prove Marvel's erosion of talent under Joe Quesada. And the fluff coating continues. Secret Invasion may have paid off on several years' worth of plot points in books like New Avengers, but the series is also notable for setting up Dark Reign, a prolonged storyline where Norman Osborn replaced Iron Man as the top cop of the Marvel Universe. According to North, the new series won't have quite dramatic impact on the wider Marvel Universe, but will definitely have ramifications, which is decidedly one more clue why it's better to stay away. Yeah. I would like to point out that the original Secret Invasion was written by Bendis, and it was very, very overrated. And they did exactly what they learned from Civil War, is that people are dumb enough to buy all the spin-off books. So it impacted all the other titles, and you had to buy them all to get the full story. It was bullshit then, it's going to be bullshit now. Just like all these other books. They're in the middle of crossovers like, oh shit, what's the name of the one where the power goes out? They're doing one where the power's out, and it's a what-if story, and there's a bunch of spin-off titles. And they're doing Devil's Reign, which is actually a pretty good core miniseries, but the spin-off books are totally irrelevant to it. They're all a bunch of one-shots that mean nothing ultimately. They did that with the Carnage one, and they did that with the King in Black, and they did it with the X-Men books. It's just a money grab. And Ryan North is a terrible writer who thinks he's hilarious, and his jokes are all fucking stupid. Why the very mention of a story with the title like Dark Reign further explains what's wrong with this. The insufferable emphasis on darkness that's become the norm for years now. And why are we expected to consider it such a big deal that a villain like Osborn, alias the Green Goblin, would also become a major player in a mega event that was part of a continuing problem with mainstream superhero tales in the modern times? Yeah. This is just another example of the mainstream media refusing to take an objective view of event storytelling told for the sake of publicity without guaranteeing the story has serious merit, and all without questioning whether universe-spanning crossovers are unhealthy influence either. It's practically why you should avoid the upcoming storylines since they don't age well. They don't age well, and they're lazy. Implies they're also turning something old into something new and useful, making zombies as closer to truth. Yes, this is absolute recycling. And it's lazily done by inferior writers. Look, back when Bendis did Secret Invasion, he at least had decent storytelling ability then. Whatever happened to him that he made him super woke now, I don't know. But in the past, 6 or 7 years, he's really gone downhill. And Secret Invasion was mediocre back then. And so was most of his run, quite frankly. The last really good Marvel books were right after Heroes Were Born. Heroes Return had a lot of good stuff, and the series that came after that were Kurt Busiek did a lot of good stuff on Iron Man, and you had Dan Jurgens on Thor, Mark Waid on Captain America. That era was really, really good. I haven't read it in a few years, but I remember it being really well done. The stuff now is a sad, sad parody of that. It's almost like if you've ever seen the original pilot episode of Star Trek, The Cage, it's like that. They're aliens that don't really understand humans, have never really encountered one, and they found an injured one and tried to reassemble it as best they could, and they end up making this person into a monster. It's like that. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Glad you're here. Don't worry, I'm not close to done yet. Got a lot of bitching to do. All right. Speaking of, somebody mentioned Drive-Thru RPG earlier. I think that was Evolved. So let's talk about them for a minute. Drive-Thru RPG is the latest in a growing number of digital storefronts to denounce NFTs. Oh, yeah, because people that I buy roleplay games from, I give a fuck about their ideas on crypto. Look at this douchebag beard. That's a douchebag beard right there. He can barely grow a mustache. It looks like Seth Green doing a parody of an Amish person. No NFTs in DTRPG. Yeah, these are ugly dice, too. Get some better dice. Another popular digital platform for selling and buying games has publicly denounced NFTs, adding its voice to an increasing chorus against their implementation. Drive-Thru RPG made it clear that users should not expect any of its future plans to involve the blockchain-powered tech. Drive-Thru RPG posted the announcement to Twitter on February 7th, saying, in regard to NFTs, we see no use for their technology in our business ever. Yeah, why the fuck would you? You don't own any of that stuff. All the stuff you sell is download PDFs and printed stuff. It's got nothing to do with your fucking business model. Who fucking cares? Short and sweet message lacked the vitriol of itch.io's similar statement made last weekend, but used no uncertain terms about his stance. We see no use for this technology in our business ever. Yeah, nobody cares. Drive-Thru RPG constitutes a significant portion of the independently published tabletop scene, and thus became the target of questions of speculation after itch.io called out the embracing of NFTs and blockchain technology as inherently anti-creator. I completely disagree with that. I think what Kickstarter is doing is actually really, really smart for their business. Because what they're doing is creating blockchain technology so that if you have your own website, you can use their blockchain engine and do your own fundraising. They take a small cut behind the scenes, and you can do your own fundraising on your website, and you don't have to create anything new. You don't have to give out your PayPal. You just set up your own fundraiser on your own site. Blockchain is not going away. It's the future. Whether you like it or not, it does appear to be the future thing right now. And I don't think NFTs are going to go away. They'll always be around. Whether they'll be as valuable or not, I highly doubt it. But you never know. I'm not in any position to judge the merits of that. But I don't think blockchain is going anywhere. And a lot of these people just don't understand it, and they definitely can't control it. So they don't like it, because if they can't bully people out of it, then they don't want anything to do with it. It must be destroyed if they can't control it. NFTs seem like bullshit to me. Yeah, same here. But I don't begrudge people buying them. That's what you do with your money's your business. There may be some very specific way an NFT could be useful, but some stupid cartoon images that worth the paper it's printed on. Yeah, anybody could use a JPEG. So I don't get it. But hey, if people are making money off them, fine. Go for it. I don't care. That it's your business how you spend your money. You want to go snort coke off of strippers at a club? You do you, man. I think that's a waste of cash, and I won't do it. But whatever, man. If you got that kind of money to throw around, fine. Crypto, I see a little more value in. I think that has a lot of potential, but NFTs, I don't get. So, but if you're making them and selling them, more power to you. Do you know Alexander Dumas did this with the Count of Monte Cristo? What you called spin-offs over 1,800 pages with many unnecessary side plots because it was released as a periodical. Yeah, Dickens used to do serialized material too. So they're going to use PayPal. They're going deep into blockchain technology. It really helps with transaction security. Yeah, they're going into blockchain stuff, and they're losing a lot of people out of like their comic book region, which is tiny on Kickstarter. And now, if the board game companies pulled out, that'd be a different ball game. They make a lot of money off them. But denouncing blockchain technology is kind of dumb because it does look like it has a lot more security stuff to it. So I think Drive-Thru RPG will probably backtrack on this on blockchains, but for NFTs, they don't need to use NFTs. But blockchain might be more secure for their transactional stuff. Because mainly they use PayPal right now, but PayPal is using blockchain. But you have to make sure the stripper isn't ticklish. Yeah, you don't want her farting either. Because if you're going to snort it, you're going to do it off her ass or her stomach. Well, many have joked that they never expected NFT adoption from the storefront that still looks as if it was built in 2005. Yeah, it hasn't been updated in a while. Drive-Thru RPG was quick to point out multiple times that a full redesign is imminently pending. I don't fucking care. Their design is fine. It's functional. That's all I care about. It doesn't have to be pretty to be useful. Statement is evidence that pushback from the community can force some industry leaders to be held accountable. Ooh, what does that mean? Be held accountable. But know what they're accountable for? Delivering what I buy. If I buy a PDF, I expect a functional PDF to be downloaded. If I buy a printed book, I expect a printed book. And they do a good job on that stuff. I'm not complaining about what they do. I just think it's stupid. Non-fungible tokens, they don't own any of this stuff. They don't own the rights to the stuff except to sell it. So why would they have non-fungible tokens? Naked financialization structure, devastating ecological impact, and failure to actually deliver any of the promised freedom to artists. Well, then why are so many people doing them? If it's such a bad thing, why are people doing them? Oh yeah, because they make a lot of money off of it. Oh, but it doesn't give me artistic freedom. Fuck off. Everybody's trying to make money off what they're making. So suck it up, Buttercup. The world's run by money, whether you like it or not. In fact, many have had their creations blatantly stolen and sold as NFTs without their knowledge. Yes, and that's going to continue to happen, sadly. It's difficult to imagine how or where NFTs would find a niche in a hobby built upon largely physical goods and collaborative storytelling, but fantasy modelists, Wizards of the Coast, inch ever closer to that reality when Hasbro's then CEO Brian Golder told shareholders in 2021 that the company was excited about the multiple opportunities NFTs afford. Yeah, because Hasbro owns an assload of IP, especially if they go through all the D&D artwork and sell them as NFTs, they could make a killing. So money is something that companies are sought after. And I know that the hippies over at Dicebreaker have a little trouble understanding this. But in order to exist as a company, you have to bring in this thing called money. And I know your little commie brains can't compute that. But we live in a world driven by money. And if you have something that people want as a specific new current fad, the Beanie Babies of our era possibly, they're going to sell off that art as NFTs and be like, oh, you own the NFT for this, whatever. Give me 10 grand. and they're going to make a fuckload of money. Like nitwits who funded an Ethereum company and bought the NFT of the failed Dune movie script and thought they bought the IP rights. Yeah, people are dumb. It's highly underrated, but you have to make sure the strippers. Oh, I read that. Yeah. Banking is the big push for blockchain. Yeah. Banking, most banks are starting to catch on that, hey, this seems to be more secure. Right click, save, and now it's yours. Yeah. They don't understand it, though. We can't hug our children with nuclear arms. That's true. But I don't understand why anybody was even asking Drive-Thru RPG about this. This is so fucking dumb. First of all, you're asking people to denounce things. It's do you denounce witchcraft of our era? This is these Salem witch hunts that they're on, where you have to denounce everything and say you won't be a part of it. It really is struggle sessions from Mao. It's really, really fucked up. It's tiresome too. But we got to point all this shit out. You have to be aware of this crap because it's going to continue to infiltrate every aspect of culture and society. And they will pressure people too. All right, from the AP, 2001 Blade Runner effects pioneer Douglas Trumbull died. This is actually February 8th. He died a while ago. But he did a lot of the cool practical effects and stuff. Visual effects master, showed movie audiences indelible images of the future and of space in films like 2001 A Space Odyssey, overrated movie. Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Blade Runner has died. He was 79. He died of complications of mesothelioma. Director Edgar Wright tweeted, "Rip to an actual visionary, Doug Trumbull. He directed a childhood favorite of mine, the sci-fi gem Silent Running. Watch it tonight." Silent Running was a cool movie. It had some really interesting ideas in there. It's very left-leaning on conservationism, but it was a pretty fun movie, and it did inspire a lot of films that came after with it. And it did actually have a lot of really good visual effects in there for its time. The guy that worked with him on Blade Runner: The Final Cut tweeted, "He wasn't just innovating magnificent visuals, but also pursuing the big ideas behind whatever story he was telling." Born in LA in 1942, Trumbull's father was the visual effects supervisor Donald Trumbull, who worked on The Wizard of Oz. He got his start in Graphic Works films, where a short of his caught the attention of Stanley Kubrick, who was beginning his work on 2001. At 23 years old, he not only talked himself into a key job on 2001, but helped innovate the process that would be used to create the iconic Stargate sequence. This guy was a legend. He did a ton of stuff. He worked on the Andromeda Strain, Close Encounters, Star Trek The Motion Picture, Blade Runner. Like you said, directed Silent Running. He's been on a lot of stuff and did a lot of visual effects that look really, really cool. So if you like the visual effects of Blade Runner, this man is the one behind all that. I'm doing good, Ryan. How you doing? Hopefully this newest board game I'm struggling to make will make me more money than the last two have sold the rights to, that I can get high-class strippers. Nice! I hope you get those high-class strippers. Oh, well, I do have an article somewhere on Bob Saget. I don't know if we're going to get to it, but thanks for reminding me of that, Peter. I'll see if I can find that right now. Where's my Bob Saget article? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was near the end. Good thing you reminded me of that, because we probably would have skipped it. This is from TMZ. Bob Saget died from brain bleeding after hitting head. Or was it murder? Bob Saget did not die of a heart attack or stroke, which authorities believe was the case. We've learned the cause of death was more shocking and tragic. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ after checking into the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Orlando on January 9th, he hit his head on something. We're told authorities didn't know what object he hit, possibly the headboard, but there was an obvious bruise on the back of his head. Which, if you're going to rob someone when they're entering a hotel room and you sneak up behind them, that's where you're going to hit them. Just saying. I don't have any evidence of that, but I'm saying it looks suspicious that the back of his head is where he got the injury. Authorities believe Bob did not know the severity of the injury and got under the covers and went to sleep. We're told he never woke up and died from a brain bleed. Hooker. We're also told the toxicology report has come back and there was no narcotics or alcohol in his system. TMZ broke the story. Bob just finished a gig at a comedy club in Jacksonville, Florida, and then drove to the Ritz in Orlando, arriving there just after 2 a.m. His body was discovered in the hotel room by security at 4 p.m., probably after he failed to check out. Update, we got a statement from Bob's family. Now we have the final conclusion from the authorities' investigation. We feel only proper that the fans hear those conclusions directly from us. The authorities have determined that Bob passed away from head trauma. They have concluded he accidentally hit the back of his head on something, thought it was nothing, and went to sleep. No drugs or alcohol involved. We continue to mourn together. We ask everyone to remember the love and laughter that Bob brought to the world and lessons he taught us all. To be kind to everyone, to let people you love know you love them, and be able to face difficult times with hugs and laughter. That's a good message. And it's sad because he was not that old. And if you get hit in the head, maybe you should go get a look. How does he hit his head and not notice? He probably hit his head and didn't think it was a big deal. And just was like, I got a headache, but it's fine. Yeah, John, I'm with you on that. You may have had some information on the Clintons. Or maybe he was like accosted by somebody, some angry fan slapped him or something, or hit him because of something he said, and he didn't think anything of it. Just thought he was tired and went to bed and didn't wake up. Yeah, of course, BG. So yeah, that's sad either way. So it's tragic. Chris Cornell went out with like an accidental overdose. So that one hit me a little harder because I liked Chris Cornell, but Bob Saget was never a giant fan of, but it is sad. So it's a real shame. But I think there's something suspicious there, personally. Something that appears to be a murder is ruled self-inflicted. I think we've seen this movie before, right? But getting hit in the back of the head, that's definitely something you'd want to go to a doctor for. So I don't know. I find that kind of suspicious. Yeah, maybe he was mugged or something. I don't know. I still think hookers. Overabounding into comics, Ava DuVernay's Naomi series has lost almost 40% of its audience in 4 episodes. 4 episodes. You lost almost half your audience. Now, this is based off a DC comic written by Brian Michael Bendis. And the comic book hero is Mary Sue. She's just another Mary Sue. She's a righteous black woman who's going to come save us all. Ava DuVernay, the CW's Naomi series, starring Casey Walfall, has lost nearly 40% of its audience in just 4 episodes. The 4th episode, which aired on February 1st, posted the show's worst demographic ratings, as well as its worst viewership numbers. According to the TV series finale, Enigma was rated at 0.09 in the 18 to 49 demographic. The show only brought in 507,000 viewers. That's probably a generous assessment, quite frankly. I think that's an insanely high number because I've seen clips of this show and wow, it's like Batwoman level bad. The series debuted with a 0.14 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic and saw 802,000 viewers tune in. The drop from 802,000 to 507,000 is a loss of 295,000 viewers and a 36.7 drop. Like I said, I think that's actually underestimating it. As seen in the chart above, the 4th episode continued the trend of viewers abandoning the show. The show previously lost close to 10% of its viewers with the 2nd episode. That's actually not a bad drop. Usually it's significantly worse, but the show didn't look that good. I mean, that audience is not that good. You have less than 1 million in your first episode. I mean, granted, it's the CW, but geez. It declined almost 20% from episode 2 to 3, and more recently, it declined 14% from episode 3 to 4. The show's ratings drop should not be a surprise to anyone. DuVernay marketed the show by boasting that it would embrace identity politics. Yes, we talked about that ages ago. She spoke with Television Critics Association saying, it's not about representation, it's about normalization. Normalization of marginalizing people that aren't people of color, whitey, and American Indians, because there's none of them in there either. So it's just promoting black supremacy, in my take. From what I got out of it, it was black identity politics. We're doing really muscular things. That's a weird statement. That relates to race and gender and class, but we're doing it by playing it normal, like it's just part of every day. Because for weirdos like you, it is every day. I don't give a fuck about someone's melanin content. I care whether they're smelly or stupid or annoying. That's really about it. And I generally try to avoid all people, no matter what skin tone they have. But if you're any of those other three things, I don't really want to deal with you. I don't like dumb people. I don't like annoying people. And I don't like smelly people. She elaborated, I say it kiddingly, but it's real. The more you can portray images without underlining or highlighting them and putting a star next to them by showing different types of hero that centers on a girl, a black girl that centers different kinds of folks, we start to make that normal. And that's a radical and revolutionary thing. Yeah, 1945, you weirdo. Black people are in lots of TV shows and they're main characters. Luke Cage, season 1 was good. I liked it. Should have got us more seasons, but it didn't. Don't care that he's black. Cared that he was an interesting character and a hero. I like fun shows. I don't like that it centers on a black girl. No, it should center on an interesting character with an interesting premise and good storytelling. Cornell committed suicide? Yeah, sadly, I think he did. But I still think that was, to me, more tragic than Bob Saget, because I was never a huge Saget fan. I've heard his stand-up's really good. I don't remember it. I know I've seen some. Yeah, that's true, Oki. That's why I don't have headboards. That way nobody dies in my bed. Jesus, Peter. Gee, wonder why CW is for sale, right? It's those same numbers as Batwoman. Sadly, I think this show's doing better than Batwoman. Even the 40s are black characters in movies. Yeah. And they were probably better actors than some of the trash acting we've got now. Especially on the CW. I'd be embarrassed to be on there at this point. DuVernay also admitted the show's main character is a knockoff Superman. She told Variety, the more evolved way to think about representation is that she is treated like any other hero and that her powers are not specific to the way anyone treats her. Quite frankly, if somebody's as powerful as Superman, you would probably be in awe of them. So yeah, you would treat them differently because they are so powerful. And so one of the reasons why I liked this is she's literally has the powers that will eventually be almost identical to Superman. Oh, ripoff. Good job. DuVernay explained the fact that DC has this black teenage girl superhero who will eventually have powers that are on par with Superman, who is the quintessential cis white male superhero, is a thrilling proposition. There are other powerful black people and people of color that are on par with Superman, like the Black Superman or Black Adam, who's Middle Eastern, technically Egyptian, I believe. Martian Manhunter's a fucking alien. He's actually more powerful than Superman, except for the fear of fire. Yeah, that's dumb. Like, who cares? Nobody cares. The character's not interesting. That's the problem. She's just a knockoff, lazy, hand-me-down type character. At least she's original. I'll give them that. They made a new character instead of like trying to elevate somebody else, which would have been really lazy. And in order to really do that, you have to throw away any kind of social construct and just dive into the fact that she's a badass. Except you didn't do that. You harp on social constructs all the time. The show is terrible, according to AZ from Heels versus Babyface and Jane Theory. I vaguely know who this person is, that fat bald dude. I don't know who Jane Theory is. AZ begins his review of Enigma stating, I was not prepared for the absolute they gave up on this episode. After Jane Theory points out the episode is titled Enigma, AZ states, well, yes, it is an enigma. It made it into TV. AZ and Jane Theory go on to state the episode is so bad, they predicted the ratings for episode 5 would be even worse than episode 4. In fact, they both lampooned the show, with AZ saying, this episode, they A, don't have a budget, B, don't have a bloody error, C, don't have a director by the looks of it either. No writer already, we know that, adds Jane Theory. AZ then opines the show is a complete experiment. He explains they literally grab people off the street and say, can you make this episode of Naomi, please? So, yeah, if the show's that bad, which it does look like it is. First of all, what is this? I think that's actually supposed to be Hawkman. He looks like he's pooping or laying an egg because he's a bird. But this show looked horrible. And it's no wonder, because the character is lazy identity politics in the comics, and it translated into the same thing under this weirdos fucking mentality of social constructs and critical race theory bullshit. It's just lazy stuff. Oh, it's pronounced as? Oh, didn't know that. It's not a character trait, BG. They act like that's somehow important to people because it's important to them and their dumb little friends and their stupid little bourgeoisie cocktail parties. Because most of these people are upper middle class and they come from those backgrounds. And it's really, really lame because they have no outside perspective. If you want a story that has allegories of like racial disparities and things like that, you look at like Planet of the Apes, where it's done well, where there's somebody that's an outsider that comes from a completely different background, shows up in this completely alien environment where nothing makes sense, and he is very obviously different. And you could use that as a racial allegory, but that was subtle, and they can't do subtle because they're shit writers. And they have a message to push, and it's a religious message. It's a secular religion. Has all the hallmarks of religion without any of the substance or adherence of religion. Speaking of that, let's check out something new that Marvel did that was really, really fucking stupid. So, over at CBR, artist calls out Marvel for altering artwork of Asian characters' eyes. He drew this. They corrected it with this. I find this image very uncanny valley because you can tell if you look at it for any length of time, these eyes were clearly added on later in Photoshop. They changed this and it sticks out. Like the layering effect they did makes this iris pop out. Now, what he did over here was it just drew a solid blank line. It's not a black-eyed kid or anything. If you don't know those horror stories, look them up. He just drew so that the iris doesn't contrast with the face here like this does. It really makes these pop out. And if you really, really think about it, you probably have seen something like this before because it sits out in the human psyche. When you see something that sticks out this much, it's memorable. And you can't help but remember that you've seen this before. And you likely have. You've seen this in pop culture somewhere along the line in your life. And if you haven't, well, I'm about to introduce you to it. Because it's an Easter Island statue. This is what the Easter Island statues look like with eyes. Look at that shit. It's creepy as fuck. And it really stands out when you look at these eyes. Because, I mean, look at that shit. See how these are the white contrasts with the, I don't know, almost Aztec features that are going on here. Nobody that lived on Easter Island looked like this. The Moai gods, they don't know where these ideas came from. But they do have a certain more Aztec look to them. And it may be some kind of caricature of like somebody who heard a description from 3 generations before that made contact with them. But the Polynesian people that lived on Easter Island did not look like this. So they had these gods, which is what the Moai are, were their gods. And the eyes were missing for a long time, and they found some of the statues that had eyes. And that's what these remind me of. It's that kind of uncanny valley where it looks vaguely human, but it still makes a shiver run up your spine. And I've seen the quote going around, and I'm paraphrasing, but I really like this. Uncanny valley tells you that to be afraid of something that looks vaguely human. So at some point in the past, there was something that looked human but wasn't, or we won't have that fear. So I'd be terrified if I saw something that looked like this. And this kid has the same look because this white matches this white. And I think what they did was they just copied it from here and colored it in. And it makes those eyes pop out in a really creepy way. Artist Greg Smallwood, who works on Moon Knight and The Human Target, criticized Marvel for changing multiple panels of his artwork, largely depicting the eyes of Asian characters, for the upcoming Elektra Black, White, and Blood. Very overrated book, by the way. Sad to say that without my approval, Marvel attempted to fix several panels of my art in issue 2 of Elektra Black, White, and Blood before sending it to the printers. Smallwood wrote alongside an image of his original art and the alterations made by Marvel's editorial bullpen. They're not huge changes, but I really don't like my art being tampered with. And I fully respect that. Because this looks a lot better than whatever the fuck haunting nightmare this is. This looks like it will eat you at night. This just looks like it'll come to your house and try and get in and eat you. But will go away after a while if you say no. Look up the Black-Eyed Kids. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing. Long story. Like, look, they even did it here. There's another panel. And it's not as noticeable here. It's mostly this eye. But this one is really creepy for me. I don't know. In a series of follow-up tweets, he explained that Marvel's Standards and Practices Department flagged his artwork and asked him to redraw it within tolerance for best representation of Asian characters. When Smallwood was unable to comply due to the birth of his second child and offered to pull the story, instead his editors said they would change the pages internally. Objecting to others altering his work, Smallwood found the time to send in new art, but later discovered his revisions were ignored. I don't know what was wrong with this one. Like, I don't have any problems with any of these things. The ones they changed look terrible. Didn't even bother using my new art and instead went to print with their own revised pages. I was not given a chance to make further revisions or even approve the alterations made by the bullpen. That would be very insulting. Like they drew more hair over her boobs. Because you're objectifying women's? Appear to be hastily done redraws in an effort to make their eyes of several Asian characters appear larger. One instance of female nudity was covered up. That's not nudity. The nipples are covered, resulting in a muddied mess. Yeah, that looks terrible. That looks sloppy. Some bad Photoshop skills. I mean, even that face is pretty fucking creepy. It needs more gray tones and lines, I think, is what my problem with it is. Because, like, the overly white cheekbones work here because this offsets it in the grid. If you put up a 9 grid on here, it would offset this when you look at it. But here, there's too much white contrasting other white. And if there had been more hashing or darkening on this part of the face, it won't be as creepy. But the fact that there's so much of this bright white, this really pops. And it throws you off. This is more white savior complex from Marvel. No, the Asians will get offended. Have you ever read a fucking manga? A number of comic professionals chimed in to respond to Smallwood tweets, arguing that his editors were in the wrong for the changes. Jen Bartel, who is of Korean-Japanese descent, pointed out that whatever the original editorial intentions, the edits made Smallwood's work look uncomfortably close to a series of racial stereotypes. They kind of do. The end of the product is actually really upsetting and counterproductive from an Asian sensitivity perspective. Stop being sensitive to everything, you pussies. Asians aren't this sensitive. They don't give a fuck. They would probably be offended by the second one, if anything. Sad for those who aren't aware, there's a long history of Asians having their eyes depicted as suspicious, untrustworthy, etc., literally insulting the invention of a Eurocentric double eyelid surgery that was forced upon wounded Korean soldiers by American surgeons. I don't know about the validity of that. I honestly don't know. Whatever flagged or adjusted Greg's art needs an extended history lesson because it's clear they do not understand what it means to have sensitivity around Asian representation. I don't give a fuck about the representation bullshit. I just think the art looked better with the first image. They did this because they were afraid of people saying, oh, look, slanty eyes, oh, nose. When this looks more like you would see in traditional Asian art. They do caricatures of their own eyes in Japanese art. It's not something they're ashamed of. It's an art style. And this is not insulting. But somebody got a bug up their ass. It's like, oh, the we have to save the yellow people. Fucking grow up, you babies. This is creepy looking. X to doubt on that mandated surgery. Yeah, it's probably an urban legend. Or it happened once. Marvel outsourcing Twitter, probably Tumblr. Disbanded the Standards and Practices Department. Oh, that'd be too easy. We're helping. Yeah. We fear dead people. Probably, Jordan. Lemurians inspired it. That's quite possible, Ryan. I rule nothing out. Have a good one, Tyrai. Thanks for coming out, man. Sorry I didn't see you more in the chat there. I get kind of ranty when I'm reading the articles, and I tend not to look at the other screen. But have a good night, man. Face of Asians have the wrong eyes. LOL. No, they have sexy eyes. Some manga have stereotypical Asian eye slits. They don't care. Yeah, exactly. Some of them do the big, like, weird round eyes, which, whatever, I don't give a fuck about. And others do the, like, traditional eyes. They do their own caricatures. They don't fucking care because they understand that it's an art style, that they're being stylistic when they do art that way. And they're not a bunch of pussies. Although that stuff is starting to infect Japan more. As many of you know, my sister-in-law is Japanese, and she talks about some of the problems they're having with, like, the transgender movement over there growing, and a lot of our unfortunate influences being spat out. That's why this pop culture stuff matters, because this is what we're putting out to other countries to see, and we're influencing other people. We're also making ourselves look like a bunch of pathetic idiots that can't do storytelling. But there you go. All right. Oh, we're at the top of another hour. Oh, man, this might be a 4-hour stream. I understand people bailing. If you'd like to support the channel, though, please hit the like button. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Share it on your social media. And if you're feeling generous, feel free to toss a couple bucks into the Streamlabs there, which accepts PayPal. Donations are very, very helpful and do keep the show going, because then I can eat dinner and buy stuff. Lots of anime manga character designs that have westernized eyes for Asian characters. It's done for character expressiveness. Yeah, it really is. Bonus content. More like I didn't do much of a stream last week, so I really do need to start doing like 2 streams on this channel. I'm going to be driving for a bit. Oh, cool. Watch out for yaois. All right, over at the Hollywood Reporter, Obi-Wan Kenobi to debut in May on Disney+. It launches 45 years after Star Wars first hit theaters. I don't know anybody that's excited for this. It seems like a completely unnecessary show. And apparently he's going to interact with Darth Vader again, which kind of blows the line in Star Wars New Hope out of the water that he hasn't seen him in a long time. Like, everybody thought Obi-Wan Kenobi was dead, which is what allowed him to hide on Tatooine. Set 10 years after the events of Revenge of the Sith, which puts it the halfway point roughly between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, which saw Ewan McGregor's Jedi Knight Kenobi going into hiding after the fall of the Galactic Republic. Hayden Christensen returns to play Darth Vader, with other stars including a bunch of people I don't know or care about. Deborah Chow directs the series and serves as executive producer alongside Lucasfilm boss Kathleen Kennedy, Michelle Rajan McGregor, and Joby Harold. So Kennedy's involved, so this is going to be crap. Disney Plus just wrapped up the final episode of Book of Boba Fett, and we'll also have Diego Luna led Andor out in 2022. It's a number of other series in the works, with the third season of The Mandalorian in production now, and Rosario Dawson's spin-off Ashoka in casting mode. McGregor first played Obi-Wan. Yeah, nobody cares. It's coming out in May. I'm not excited for this. I'm really not. I wish I was, but it's going to be trash, I'm afraid. Wonder if they'll have his fight with Darth Maul. I think Darth Maul's supposed to be in one of the other shows that's coming out. I don't think it's because he's returning, apparently, for some reason. Getting cut in half really should kind of be the end of you. Like, if they returned him as an evil Force ghost, that'd be more interesting. But they can't do that because that's creative. And we don't do creative here at Disney. But I had another Disney one. Damn it. I moved everything around before the stream. Shouldn't have done that. I tried to organize it, and that never works. From Cosmic Book News, Star Wars The Mandalorian Season 3 rumored to be the last. Quite honestly, this series would probably make more sense if it ended with him getting killed and this fucker becoming a Jedi. There might be spoilers for Book of Boba Fett, even though I had that rant earlier. There's probably some here, too. So, if you haven't seen it, come back in 5 minutes. I might be done ranting about it then. Could have at least returned as a clone. That would have made too much sense, Oki. Again, you're thinking too much. You got to dumb it down and think about Geo the Rock and the spaceship vessel. New Gregors turned into a liberal. Yeah, you're not wrong. Foreign-sensitive clones were canon until Disney bought the IP. Yep. What would have been really interesting is if they did a series or a story about a clone that's Force-sensitive when the original wasn't Force-sensitive. And the original's jealous. So that would be an interesting story. Like, they're trying to kill this clone. They put a bounty on him. And he's trying to survive. And maybe he finds a lightsaber in some, like, crash spaceship or some shit. But he's Force-sensitive. And he has the ability to use the Force. Maybe he has a basic understanding of it from his time in hiding. But he's a clone of somebody that's powerful, and the powerful person wants him dead because the clone's Force-sensitive and he's not. I'd watch the shit out of that. That's got potential. But no, we can't do fun shit. Don't steal my idea, Star Wars. Fuck it up. Following the last episode of Book of Boba Fett, it's now rumored that Mandalorian Season 3 will be the last for the series. Note, spoilers may follow. While reviewing the Book of Boba Fett Chapter 7, which echoed a lot my own review and many fans' thoughts as well, YouTuber Grace Randolph, who I have never seen, but is apparently very influential, states she has heard rumors about how The Mandalorian Season 3 will be its last. Rumors! I've heard rumors that Mando Season 3 will be the last, which seems very sad considering how good the stuff was here. No, don't live beyond your usefulness, or you get the last season of the A-Team. But obviously these characters are around forever. It can be used in other shows, right? Unless they're dead, yeah. And I like The Mandalorian. I think it's a good show, but there's a shelf life on this stuff. 3 or 4 seasons is more than enough, and they really didn't need to have Grogu in Season 3. They really don't. It'd be more interesting with him on his own. They've done the cute kid thing way too long. The lone wolf and cub routine is only good for so long. Well, Grace didn't go into further details. If the rumor is true, that would mean there are only around 8 episodes left of The Mandalorian. So maybe that's explanation as to why Favreau and Filoni threw in those 2 bonus episodes in the Book of Boba Fett, essentially a season 2.5. No, 2 episodes is not a season. Stop that. Which moved things forward, yet seemed out of place because they didn't feature Fett. Yeah, they made no sense in that show. As I stated in my review, I thought they should have kept Baby Yoda Grogu out of Book of Boba Fett. I agree. and saved him for the end of season 3 or start of season 4 as Grogu Deus Ex Machina thing. There's a possibility of getting old fast, and it kind of takes away from the end of season 2. It absolutely destroys the end of season 2. If they don't make Grogu a Jedi, then all of that will have been a trick to get you to watch the show. It's lazy to insult the audiences like that. And it's a really, really cheap, pathetic stunt. If that's what Favreau's doing, he can fuck right off, and I'm never going to watch that shit again. But if there are only 8 episodes left and no season 4 is going to happen, that could be the reason using Grogu and Luke in Book of Boba Fett as the Mandalorian's days are numbered. No, I think that was a cheap stunt because they wasted Luke Skywalker yet again by doing those 2 episodes. Unless it's to make Grogu go through some kind of arc and eventually come back to being a Jedi, it's a wasted sequence, and it really set up a lot of hope that they were retconning the new trilogy, and it looks like they're not. They're going to make Luke a failure. I expected Mandalorian season 3 to deal with Mando getting his honor back, and then a new spin-off announced for Bo-Katan, and then season 4 dealing with Grogu and Luke thing or something of that nature. But season 3 might simply end with Mando getting his honor back, which leads to the Bo-Katan spin-off, which maybe guest Mando, etc. There's also the Ahsoka Tano series, which I believe is supposed to get released in 2023 after the Mandalorian season 3 debuts around Christmas. So maybe the characters will appear there as well. They're going to cross over the characters as much as they can. That's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. But they really are going to hurt Mandalorian season 3 by having the kid in there, because it's supposed to be about reclaiming Mandalore, and he has to go to Mandalore to reclaim his honor. For those of you that didn't see those episodes, congratulations. Now you don't need to. And he's got the Darksaber, which we knew about from season 2. Again, spoiler alert for a 2-year-old show. The Koyan Vance here's the Duke of Hazzard. Exactly. But it makes no sense for him to take the kid all the way to Mandalore. It's dumb. It's lazy storytelling. It would have been more interesting to have him go on his own and have the kid come in and save his ass as a Jedi with a lightsaber. He already has Jedi training, too. So it cheapened anything that Luke was involved in the show for. So the Book of Boba Fett didn't just hurt Boba Fett. It hurt the Mandalorian as well. It really hurt Luke Skywalker, unless they're going to have the kid somehow become a Jedi. If they don't do that, the show is tainted because the storytelling was a deception. And I'm sorry if people feel otherwise, but that's my take on it. It feels like they tricked us if what they're doing is what it appears to be. They went underground, Assassin. They do talk about that in some of the books, but yeah, they were thought to be more of a rarity. So that their homeworld was taken over. Yeah, they do seem to be having more of them, but it's kind of like they operate in like cells. So I kind of get it, but I don't know. It's changes I'm not horribly offended by, because the Mandalorian was actually done pretty well. It's done like a Western, but I don't know. They're gonna make this 3rd season stupid. It's all to trick you. That's how it looks anyway. All right, let's talk about children role-playing. Have you ever wanted to play a baby in a role-playing game? Because apparently that's a thing. Not like your character gets trapped in a child's body or anything, but like you wanted to play Muppet Babies. Well, Dicebreaker has something for you. Dungeons and Dragons meets Rugrats and tabletop RPG, Babies and Broadswords. Doesn't that just sell you on it? This what you wanted from your role-playing experience? You're a half-orc trying to get some cookies with a robot in a dress, like Small Wonder or some shit. If you're old enough to get that joke, then, well, You grew up in the best time frame. A new RPG is offering a totally different perspective on D&D style fantasy by putting players in the nappies of adventuring babies. Babies and Broadswords is built by lead creator Jason Cassidy, who probably should be investigated by the FBI, as a halfway point between D&D and Baby's Eye Cartoons Rugrats. With players swapping wizards and warriors for 6 adorable classes, including Barbabians, Warwalks, Sneaky Pants, Thortherth, Punchy Kickers. Quirks introduce character traits such as temper tantrums or a fondness for literally throwing their toys out of the pram. Wow, this is creepy. The RPG swaps D&D Classic 20-sided dice for D6 with just 3 stat blocks to keep track of adventurousness, cuteness, and precociousness. Characters' unique abilities granted by their classes, perks, and stuff found on their travels can help boost dice rolls, adding bonuses to overcoming whatever challenges are in their way. If they fail, the young adventurers suffer nothing more serious than ouchies, grumps, and tummy aches, eventually being forced to take a timeout if they need a rest. Ugh. What is with this dude? Like, could he look any less masculine? Ugh. Get some testosterone, dude. Lay off the soy. Players will explore Lady Chastity's home for unwanted children and other errors in judgment. Or at least that's sort of funny. An orphanage that's home to nurses and janitors, as well as more fantastical beings such as ghosts and monsters. A bestiary included in the core rulebook features more than 20 creatures and NPCs designed for kid-friendly encounters. Replacing the Dungeon Master and Babies and Broadswords Sitter, who handles what the game charmingly calls big kid rules and runs each game session. This gets creepier every moment. I mean, this could be funny if I thought it was a joke, but it's not. 2 pre-made campaign modules are included in the book. Gameplay is designed to be rules light and suitable for players not that much older than the characters, focusing more on narrative than complexity. As the debut release from publisher Even Footing Games, which released a digital version of the book earlier on this month on DriveThruRPG. Let me open this and see, make sure I'm not logged in, because sometimes it puts my city on there. Check this man's hard drive. No shit, Chef. No, sadly, it's not a joke. You know, they had like macho babes with machine guns in the 80s, and they did goofy stuff that was fun and lighthearted. This sounds creepy to me. Like, if this had been done with like a Muppet Babies veneer where it's supposed to be silly and kind of over the top cheesy, then fine. But this comes off as being a little too serious. Okay, I'm not logged in on this one. I can show this. More proof of adults being brainwashed into remaining children. Yeah. 26 is a child. Yeah, right. This is for adults that think they're 12. It's a $10 PDF if you want to buy it. There is a demo that's a pay what you want. I'd recommend that and make that a 0 or give them 10 cents or something. But I wouldn't pay $10 for this. I wouldn't do it, and I could write that off as a tax write-off because I could review it for my unboxing channel. But I'm not going to. You know why? Because it's fucking wasted $10, and I don't want to support whatever creepy, weird shit this is. I'd like to think this is a silly, tongue-in-cheek joke, but I don't think it is. Might as well do a Warhammer 40K while you're at it. Yeah. I don't like this shit. But there's the DriveThruRPG if you guys want to look at it. Like I said, there's a link to the demo one in there. And there are character sheets. I'd have to log in to look at it. But yeah, that's a thing that's out there in the world. Considering the rise of the acceptance movement of no touchers, I'm saying this looks suspect to me. So I'm not a fan, not interested, and I don't want to deal with these people. It's fucking disgusting. More degeneracy. We are such a culture in decline. The lack of masculinity is disheartening and pathetic. Did they already do a kid's book for 40K? Funny as hell, but damn, they're dumb. They probably did. I vaguely remember something about that, but I don't know. At least then it was probably a tongue-in-cheek thing where they're like, people will buy anything with 40K. This is a funny joke. But this looks a little too creepy. Like, oh man, I really want to play as a toddler. Guys, can we play as toddlers? Oh, that's brilliant. Get me a soy latte and we'll get it together. You should release a rules book for this. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Oh yeah, I forgot we had another Lord of the Rings story. Weak men bring hard times. So true. You know, I grew up in the 80s and 70s. Well, I'm a 70s kid, right? Because I'm in my late 40s. And yeah, as I get older, things hurt more. And I see a lot of my really favorite hobbies and stuff get torn down and destroyed. And I suppose to some extent that's a normal thing that your hobbies will eventually become disfavored in a way. You know, like slot cars and model trains was my dad's generation and his dad's generation. But what we're seeing now is something different. We're seeing the insertion of politics in everything and the intentional destruction of anything they can't convert. And it's a very interesting thing to see because this sort of thing has happened in history before. Leninism. And it's important to talk about this stuff. But it's the destruction aspect that's I find most curious because that's instead of marginalizing it and saying that's weird stuff, you're starting to see them try and take it over, and if they can't, they have to destroy it. But there are people trying to preserve it. You know, instead of playing Dungeons and Dragons, you can play one of the other old style role playing games that was inspired by it, like White Box or Basic Fantasy, stuff like that. That doesn't have a lot of ham-fisted politics in it. And granted, the guy that did Basic Fantasy seems to be pretty lefty. It's still a good system, and so far it hasn't had a whole lot of lefty crap inserted in it. So I respect that. But you don't have to have those politics to play those games. You don't have to have a specific set of politics to enjoy comics or play any role-playing game or any board game. You shouldn't have to have those things. If you want to, that's fine. Do your thing, but don't force it on everyone else. But we are seeing them weaponizing politics to destroy things they hate. And they're weaponizing words like racist. And granted, those words have largely lost meaning to people at this point. But that doesn't stop them from making advertisers gun shy. People have been conditioned to just consume. Pop culture has always been about selling. I agree. But you can choose what to consume. And people need to be standing up and saying no more of this and not buying this stuff. I want an adventure. You want those are right, kill the bad guys, save the princess, stuff like that. That's what I want. But they can't tolerate that because they have to have their messaging in there. I've raced slot cars a couple times, just wasn't for me, but it's a hobby that really has fallen out of favor and become very, very marginalized. Same with model railroading. There's a handful of other hobbies like that, like skee ball, dozens of shit like that. Like model building in general is fairly rare. Wargaming still on the fringes, and they've tried really hard to infect that, but it hasn't really worked, although they're making ground in Games Workshop. But role-playing's really been taken over, and it's really sad. And I really hate to see that get tarnished that way, because that's something I had hoped would be something that multiple generations could enjoy in the future, but they're really destroying that hobby. And they are really successful in getting stuff taken down. They do run a lot of the RPG industry. So if you're in the RPG industry, fight for your ability to make interesting and fun storytelling, because this woke shit's infesting everything. Doing my part, both my boys are more manly than most teens, 20 to 30 something guys. Their childhood, at least, is in our house not any different than we grew up through the 70s and 80s. Good. Good. That's important because look at how weak words hurt people now. It's not like they hurt your feelings and you're like a little upset about it. It devastates them. It's amazing how little hide these kids had. I got bullied all through school because I read comic books, was interested in fantasy and sci-fi and weird shit. Yeah, I own a lot of cryptozoology books. Even as an adult, I know I'm weird. I don't fucking care what other people think. But that came from bullying. It taught me to just not care what they think. And back then, it was a different type of bullying. Now it's ostracization on an unprecedented scale because if you don't think just like them, you hate them. And it's just not the case. You don't hate them, they just think you do. So they have to destroy you because how dare you hate them? They're special, unique individual snowflakes. And if you hurt their fifis, that's the worst thing you could ever do. And I think a lot of it comes from the fact they've never been beaten up. Some of these kids have never been told no. They've never experienced any real challenge in their life. They've been protected and coddled from any outside ills, and they think everybody thinks like they do. That is an incredibly dangerous mindset. I kind of feel like I'm reading right now. Generation of Softies? Absolutely. I almost got shanked by bullies back when. Oh, yeah, I got my ribs broken by a tire iron, crowbar, baseball bat. I'd bruise ribs from the baseball bat. I'd bruise ribs a lot. I got my ass kicked routinely in high school. I got bitched at by a fan for something in an article. I referred to dragons as having two sexes. Nut job came unglued over that. Oh, that doesn't surprise me, Ryan. And unfortunately, that's the type of crazy mental illness people are taught now. That is the norm that they're teaching these kids. And it's a much different thing than what we were brought up with. So it's really important to pay attention to what media your kids are consuming. Most of the good shows from our childhood are still available out there on VHS, DVD, and possibly on some nefarious high seas sites. Now, I'm not saying steal anything because that would be wrong, YouTube. I'm saying you can still get that stuff and have your kid watch Thundar the Barbarian or Masters of the Universe, and it'll be way more culturally enriching for them than any of the cartoon shit out now. Get them reprints of old comic books or role-playing games. You can find a lot of that stuff out there, or find similar stuff to what we grew up with and show them that and let them experience fun. They don't have to be upset by all this nonsense that they're taught to be afraid and hate their own skin tone and shit like that. That's disgusting. It's repulsive. Yep, for a person's opinions to matter to me, I have to care whether they live or die. Yeah, that's fair. Now a bully refuses to wear a mask. Yeah. The freaks are running the circus. And the inmates running the asylum. Same analogy. We're letting people that shouldn't be in charge of things be in charge of things. And they're failing upward because they hire within. They hire within their own ranks. So that's why it's important for people to go out and be independent and create their own stuff and to support people that are doing that. If somebody's making some good content, it's important to support them. And I'm not talking about myself on YouTube. I'm talking about, well, kind of am too. So like, share, and subscribe. But if you see a game that is similar to old school D&D and you like that, buy it for someone you know that's into that, if not for yourself. Buy stuff that you know is not going to support this commie bullshit. That's funny, quippers. Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me. Yeah, I can't support that because of terms of service. My brother shot me when 22. I was wearing a vest. He wanted to test it. Fucking asshole. That hurt. Dude, yeah, that's dangerous. I knew a guy that got shot in the ass twice by 22. Got hassled for not wearing a mask by a woman with her mask below her nose. Shit, it's fucking ridiculous. How's it going, Nil? Yeah, I just don't. I don't understand why people support this shit. When you know something's going to be trash, don't support it. That might get confusing, other Jack. But yes, I will try and do that. Nut job was screaming it was Dragonkin, and the preview article talking about the Dragonkin being creations of draconic magic, twisting the two dragon sexes to create servitor races. Yeah, they're unable to distinguish between the Tumblrism Dragonkin and the lineage Dragonkin from fantasy because they're dumb and they're uneducated, which is a really bad combination. I've met plenty of well-educated, stupid people. They're annoying too, but in a different way. Uneducated and stupid is a horrible combination. Oh, glad to hear it, Neil. Holy shit, I was a comic book nerd, but I never got beaten on. I guess I was lucky. I was on the wrestling team, which probably helped. Thundar was the tits. Yeah, me and my brother were rewatching Thundar, and it was surprisingly fun. Granted, Thundar's kind of a dumbass, but it was a fun show. And it's definitely worth a rewatch because there's some great ideas in there, like the post-apocalypse and the rise of magic. It's got a lot of potential for storytelling. And I'm really surprised they haven't tried to do a new version of that. But then I remember they hate masculinity. So the fact that he hung out with an Asian sorcerer, irrelevant. But yeah, it was a very good show and it holds up. A lot of the old stuff does for what it is. You know, Knight Rider, great kid show. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. We rewatched that. It was a lot of fun. Same with Greatest American Hero. They're very dated, very 80s, but they hold up well. Each other's asses, no need for bullying. Headcanon should be relabeled as insanity. But yeah, it's amazing how much trash is just out there now. And there's so much good stuff in the past. Just go out and find that. But the current creators and whiners are destroying so much stuff. Oh, okay, let's get to this Lord of the Rings article. I am really ranty tonight. It's from Bounding into Comics. The Gamer features editor Ben Sledge accuses the Lord of the Rings creator Tolkien of using anti-Semitic stereotypes, calls fans racists. We've heard this accusation leveled before, but now it's from the Gamer's feature. Editor Ben Sledge. Sledge's accusations came in a published piece on The Gamer, which is owned by Valnet Inc., the parent company of websites like CBR and Screen Rant. Shocker. Titled Lord of the Rings of Power has people of color. Get over it. Before Sledge gets to his accusations, he makes the ironic statement, before we get any further, I want to make this clear, whether you're trolling, gatekeeping, plain old racist, or all the above, you have no place in this fandom. So if he's gatekeeping, possibly trolling, and probably a racist. A lot of these people are secret closet racists. I don't know about this guy because I don't give a fuck about The Gamer. As he progresses through his article, Sledge eventually accuses Tolkien's depiction of dwarves as anti-Semitic. He writes, Tolkien's works aren't free from criticism themselves. The anti-Semitic stereotypes in his depiction of dwarves may have been written with good intentions, but calling Jewish people gifted does not atone for the stereotypes he perpetrated. This is the same argument as orcs or black people. It's just a different fantasy race. Dwarves aren't real. They're fantasy creatures like elves and pixies and nymphs and jinn. Until you can prove they're real things, they're lore. Tolkien did not invent dwarves or their stereotypes of what dwarvish people are like, just like goblins, which were also accused of J.K. Again, it comes back to ignorance. These people do not know history or folklore, yet they'll criticize somebody using it. When Rowling got accused of making goblins into a Jewish stereotype, they clearly didn't even look at the fucking Wikipedia article that will tell you that goblins were obsessed with gold or food, depending on what type of goblin. Red cap goblins are different than like hobgoblins, etc. They're different types of goblins. And some of them really like gold. So, of course, Rowling was using that. Same with dwarves. There's different types of dwarves. Some of them are obsessed and greedy. That doesn't make them a Jewish stereotype. And if you think they do, you're the racist. Not only does he accuse Tolkien of anti-Semitism, he then lashes out at Lord of the Rings fans. If you're okay with actors of color appearing as orcs or Easterlings, you're also perpetuating the stereotypes that appear in the text of Lord of the Rings, whether intentional or not, that people of color often represented evil or the other. How can you tell what color they are with all the fucking makeup on? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Sledge then continued to show his ignorance as he quotes a letter Tolkien wrote to Milton Waldman, letter 131. That's nerdy. However, you won't be surprised to learn that Sledge takes the quote out of context and then completely misconstrues it. He writes, Tolkien had a vision, but it was a vision that he wanted others to fill in the blanks of, as he says in letter 131. He fully intended to leave scope for other minds and hands. If you look at the context of letter 131, you will realize that his entire assertion is a bald-faced lie. Tolkien wrote to Waldman, do not laugh, but once upon a time, my crest has long since fallen. I had a mind to make a body of more or less connected legend, ranging from large and cosmogonic to the level of romantic fairy story, the larger founded on the lesser, in contrast with the earth, the lesser drawing splendor from the vast backcloths, which I could depict simply to England, to my country. So he based it off English lore, which had elves and dwarves and stuff like that, that was brought over by the Vikings and the Normans when they conquered fucking England. He continued, it should possess the tone and quality that I desired, somewhat cool and clear, to be redolent of our air, the clime and soil of the Northwest, meaning Britain and the hitherland parts of Europe, not Italy or the Aegean, still less the East, while possessing, if I could achieve it, the fair elusive beauty that some call Celtic, though it rarely found in genuine ancient Celtic things. It should be high, purged of the gross, and fit for the more adult mind of a land long now steeped in poetry. The edicts, right? He's talking about like the Eddas and the epics. So if you're familiar with the Nordic epics of like El Cid, which is more Spanish, I guess, or Grendel and Beowulf, that sort of thing. Maybe some Gilgamesh influence, but not a lot, because Italy and the Aegean would encompass, the Middle East too, where Gilgamesh came from. But the epics of that region, of the upper north, largely. So a lot of like Nordic mythology, especially from the Eddas and the edicts and the ancient poetry. He specifically states it. Oh, draw some of the great tales of fullness and leave many only placed in the scheme and sketched. The cycle should be linked to a majestic whole and yet leave scope for other minds and hands. Wielding paint and music and drama absurd, Tolkien wrote. Clearly, Tolkien is not referring to the Lord of the Rings here, but a separate idea he had about a connected legend dedicated to England. However, even in this idea, he also had a clear opinion of what it would be, eloquently describing the tone and quality. Now, he did a lot of that with the Lord of the Rings series. There's a lot of jokes that I could make about this picture, but they'd all come off really racist, so I'm not going to do that. Tolkien also made clear he had a very specific vision for Lord of the Rings and wanted that to be followed, as he expressed in a letter to Forrest Ackerman regarding a film treatment for Lord of the Rings. Tolkien wrote at one point in a letter, "Why should the firework display include flags and hobbits? They are not in the book. Flags of what? I prefer my own choice of fireworks." He would also criticize changes to the eagles, writing, "The eagles are a dangerous machine. I've used them sparingly, and that is the absolute limit of their credibility or usefulness. The alighting of the great eagle of the Misty Mountains in the Shire is absurd. It also makes the later capture of Gandalf by Saruman incredible and spoils the accounts of his escape." Tolkien would even take issue with contradicting the time frame of the film, something the Ring of Powers is doing. He wrote, "Here I may say that I fail to see why the time scheme should be deliberately contracted. It is already rather packed in the original, the main action occurring between September 2nd and March 25th of the following year. The many impossibilities and absurdities with which further hurrying produces might, I suppose, be unobserved by the uncritical viewer, but I do not see why they should be unnecessarily introduced. Time must naturally be left vaguer in a picture than in a book, but I cannot see why definitive time statements contrary to the book and the probability should be made, he added. What he talks is boring as the 20s. The letter has numerous instances of Tolkien paying attention to the slightest detail, such as his commentary on Aragorn. Aragorn did not sing the song of Gil-galad. Naturally, it's quite inappropriate since it told of the defeat of the Elven King by the enemy. The Black Riders do not scream, but keep a more terrifying silence. Aragorn does not blanch. The riders draw slowly in on foot in darkness and do not spur. There is no fight. Sam does not sink his blade into the ringwraith's thigh, nor does his thrust save Frodo's life. If he had, the result would have been much the same as 3:117:24. The wraith would have fallen down, and the sword would have been destroyed. Tolkien then notes, why has my account been entirely rewritten here with disregard to the rest of the tale? I can see that of certain difficulties in representing dark scenes, but are both insuperable. A scene of gloom lit by a small red fire with the wraith slowly approaching his darker shadows until the movement when Frodo puts on the ring and the king steps forward revealed would seem to me far more impressive than yet one more scene of screams and rather meaningless slashings. Blah, blah, blah. Lots of nuance I don't give a fuck about. Based on his comments at the beginning of the article, that must mean he has no place in the fandom, right? It's unclear that this entire screed he wrote up appears to be trolling gatekeeping and plain old racist. In another moment of irony, after calling Lord of the Rings fans racist and accusing Tolkien of using anti-Semitic tropes, he asks why people can't treat others with respect by detailing the friendship between Gimli and Legolas. He concluded the thought, writing, the two have been presented as white in all adaptations today, but why can't we treat each other with the same respect? It's amazing that someone who calls other people racist and accuses Tolkien of using anti-Semitic tropes would have all the gall to try and grandstand about treating others with respect, but it's what we've come to expect from social justice warriors. Nevertheless, he should be treated with respect, but Sledge should start taking his own advice and doing the same. But given this article, I doubt that will happen anytime soon. Yeah, this is bullshit. Dwarves are not anti-Semitic. Goblins are not anti-Semitic. There were no Semites when these legends came about. At least not in that region. They were probably chilling out down under Roman rule when a lot of these legends were written. There weren't a lot of wandering people back then that made it real super far. We was Kangs. Englishmen wanting to write English folklore. Racist. Exactly. Black person writes black focused fiction. It's good according to them. Yeah, there's a whole section called Afrofuturism. And it's its own subgenre for some dumbass reason. It's just really sci-fi and fantasy. You read from an article that used the term social justice warriors. Yeah. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I read lots of things. Words big. Mean fun. All right. Let's talk about Dark Crisis. I got another article here to discuss about the upcoming DC event. From comicbook.com, Dark Crisis, DC's next event kicks off with the death of the Justice League. And look, they're gonna have all the people you know and love, like replacement Wonder Woman, replacement Superman, a couple of Green Lanterns, Flash, annoying Robin, Captain Marvel. I'm surprised he's in here because Mary Marvel's going to be the champion of Shazam, or champion of the Rock of Eternity, and Black Adam for some reason. DC stunned fans. No, everybody saw an event coming. when they revealed the upcoming death of the Justice League, which will happen in Justice League 75, and now they've revealed the massive event that will follow. Today, DC Comics revealed all the details on Dark Crisis, a 7-issue event that will spin right out of the death of the Justice League and will kick off with a special Free Comic Book Day issue in Dark Crisis 0 Free Comic Book Day Special Edition. There will also be a special one-shot titled Justice League Road to Dark Crisis number 1. You can get a preview of all 3 starting on the next slide. You can also check out a brand new teaser trailer in the videos. I don't give a fuck about the stupid trailer. You have a trailer for a comic book. That's weird. Dark Crisis is a monthly event that's written by Joshua Williamson, a pretty solid writer most of the time. Drawn by Daniel Sampere, I don't know. Colored by Alejandro Sanchez, still a cool name. And lettered by Tom Napolitano. The story traces back all the way to the original Crisis as an ancient destructive force known as the Great Darkness. Really trying there, DC. It's the darkness. They might as well have called it the Nothing. It has been revealed to be behind some of the universe's most instrumental and darkest moments. Now, Pariah will attempt to use the Force to eliminate Earth Zero and restore his homeworld, I think, in the infinite multiverse. The heroes who are left must team up with to face the ancient evil, but it remains to be seen if everyone's up to the task. Yeah, they're explaining who they're killing now, because Black Adam's here, so he obviously survives. Dark Crisis is an epic DC event, but yeah, blah blah blah. It will have all the giant, fun cosmic battles and multiversal set pieces, but it's not about reboots, retcons, or rewriting time and space, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it about killing all the main characters so you can replace them with your lazy diversity hires that have no real personality and only count traits as sexuality? Because that's lazy writing. At its core, it's about the characters and the relationships that we've seen built over DC's great history. Dark Crisis spins out Justice League 75 and connects blah, blah, blah. So Free Comic Book Day edition is going to be free. It's actually going to be 32 pages. That's kind of surprising. Then Road to Dark Crisis is probably just a summation one. Yeah, this is just going to bring you up to speed on what's going on if you haven't been reading. So they're going to kill these 3 and replacing Bruce Wayne with Jace Fox, Black Superman, bisexual Superman, and lesbian Wonder Woman who's from Brazil. Because diversity! That's the depth of their characters as far as I could tell. Angry Black Batman, flamboyantly gay social justice Superman. The S is for social justice. He fights for a better world. These are all lazy characters. Although this, I'll give the Wonder Woman character some credit. She's at least got potential to be interesting. They gave her a little bit of backstory, but not enough. And it just comes off as lazy diversity hires. The Great Darkness, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Yes, I am streaming, Mr. Costin. I am indeed streaming. Greek Amazons were from Brazil. I didn't know that either, but here we are. Because the Amazons were just a little 2 shades of white. You're filling out your Angry at Comics bingo card? Oh, good for you. Yay, you learned to read. Past must die to create the vision of the future. Yep. Instead of going with what has been selling well, they're going with characters that his book is almost canceled. This one's sales have been shit. And she doesn't even really have a series, does she? She might now, but I don't think she's got her own series. They're trying so desperately to make these boring characters interesting. And they could make them more interesting, but they're choosing not to. They're trying to do what Marvel did and replace all the main characters and force you to like these new ones that have no real personalities. It's really disappointing. So I don't have a lot of faith this series is going to be any good. I'm not wasting my money on it. It's going to be like $6 an issue, and I'm not interested in that. All right, let's talk about Critical Role. I'm not overly familiar with these clowns because I don't give a fuck. I don't want to watch people play D&D. That's weird to me. But some people are into that, I guess. Oh, yeah, we're at that point again. Like, share, subscribe, support the show, etc., etc. You know the drill. So, yeah, Critical Role's catching some heat for their latest campaign. I guess these guys are real big. They're getting their own, like, official D&D module or some shit. I don't really give a fuck. But they're very, very popular. They're also pretty left-wing. So, I don't care about that. They're very successful, too. So, hey, good on them. They're all making a lot of money. I guess some of them are voice actors. So they have some kind of acting talent. Voice actors playing a scripted game, that doesn't surprise me. So over at Kotaku, the problem with Critical Role's latest campaign. In early fall, the hugely successful Dungeons & Dragons actual play series, Critical Role, announced plans for their third campaign set in a fictionalized world of Marquette. While the campaign would draw inspiration from real-life Swana, the Southwest Asia, North African cultures, the group would work together with sensitivity consultants, that's a job, to craft a fantasy continent free of appropriation. You're playing adventures, your whole job is like looting the dead. You go through dungeons and fight monsters and shit. Appropriation. You're going to steal everything in sight and sell it. What the hell? Dungeon Master Matt Mercer said in a blog post, they're consulting with sensitivity consultants. Can't believe that's a job. Oh, you have to be nice to these people because they have fifis and you're going to hurt some. So patronizing. Mercer sounds earnest enough, and it's nice to see them be proactive about hiring consultants right off the bat instead of waiting to be called out on a misstep. So why were some people so mad at them? Because they're crybabies? When the campaign was initially revealed, the criticism from the tabletop role-playing game sphere and from Swana creators like myself boiled down to Critical Role making a financial killing off the aesthetics of culture not represented in the actual cast makeup of the show, which is made up entirely of white people, save for a new guest member. There were also a healthy amount of apprehension as to how respectfully this world was being built. So the real problem with this campaign is that these people have the wrong melanin content and they're making money. Grow up. What are you, 5? They're doing something I'm not. Maybe you should learn your craft better. Maybe you should create your own show and do that. Film your game group playing a game. Nobody cares that you're from Southwest Asia or North Africa. Nobody gives a shit. Just make good product. You don't know that by a name like Jenna. No, Jenna Yao, maybe I would guess your family lineage is from Southwest Asia, but I don't really give a shit where you're from. Make something interesting. And the fact that they're white, they can't play a game that features characters like this? What the fuck is that? Oh, that sounds suspiciously like racism. Sounds like being the fun police. It sounds like the jealous fun police. Yeah, political commissar, exactly. Sensitivity consultant is a political commissar. It's not approved by the regime. After the campaign was announced in October, critical attention gradually ebbed away as the discourse wheel continued to turn. But on December 10th, Critical Role released the intro sequence for their third campaign, a dramatic music video which cuts between the cast members at the table themselves in costumes, exploring an unseen fantasy environment. It appears to be an innocuous, silly video where the cast members sing, make over-the-top expressions, and roll dice in intense slow-mo. Ugh, that sounds boring and weird. But the overly aesthetic is what plays the critical role is the reignition of this discussion. All right, there's 2 chicks looking at something. Okay, I don't care. That looks like a bad live action Call of Cthulhu from the 1890s. That's all that looks like. This attire might seem inspired by franchises such as Uncharted, The Mummy, and Indiana Jones, and the classic adventure serials that influence those stories. But those are charged colonialist stories for people of color. What? Yes, these costumes are functionally harmless as anything is on a purely aesthetic level, but they speak to a legacy of disregard and disrespect to colonized cultures often robbed literally of their material heritage and ancestry by the outside explorer who represents a larger power structure. Oh, like when the Zulus killed off that tribe that used to live in South Africa? Like that kind of colonialism? Or when the Arab slave trade went into North Africa and enslaved a whole bunch of people there before going down the coast to sub-Saharan Africa and taking those people as slaves and selling them to Europeans. Like that sort of colonialism. Like the Ottoman Empire when they conquered Byzantium. Interesting. The desire to protect and preserve history in a museum is an admirable one. Apparently not. You just contradicted that a second ago. They were robbed of things. Yes, that's archaeology in a nutshell. It's tomb robbing. It's just got a fancy name. And in the old days, back when the setting of like Uncharted, The Mummy, and Indiana Jones took place, that was how archaeology was done. You would just go find something, dig it up, and haul it all off. It wasn't considered wrong then. That didn't come until much later. The desire to protect, blah, 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 but even the most heroic and selfless of the fictional explorers in these classic tales is still stealing from the people indigenous to the foreign lands they explore. Yeah, it's awful. But that's how things were then. That doesn't mean there's not storytelling potential there. Removing those artifacts from their homeland to be displayed elsewhere also suggests that the people of those cultures are incapable of being responsible for the preservation of their own history. Well, it depends. Did a civilization collapse and these are abandoned ruins? Because that would imply that they can't preserve their own history. Or are they robbing other museums? I don't see what you're getting at here. Because a lot of times it's after an empire has been destroyed for a long time that you go dig it up. Like Egypt. The people in Egypt now are largely Muslim Arabs. And the Egyptians had their own pantheon of gods that aren't worshipped anymore. And a lot of that stuff was buried in the sands. So it had to be dug up. And the explorers came and did it. The natives had no interest in it. In fact, they took the limestone off of the pyramids, which is why the pyramids don't have smooth sides anymore. And they used that to build the villages around them. So, yeah, obviously the locals didn't give a shit about this stuff. And a lot of them didn't really even value gold and stuff like that the previous people did, or that the explorers came to. Gold was considered the skin of the gods, and silver was the bone of the gods, and it had a ceremonial value more than an intrinsic value. And Europeans valued it differently. So the consequences of these narratives, both real and fictional, persist to this day, with many museums in the Western world boasting catalogs of artifacts acquired through colonialist means. Yeah, that was the past. That's the thing that happened. The intro video that CR has created feels a little too on the nose in that regard. Rather than dressing as characters that reside in the worlds they've created, they are dressed instead like colonial explorers from the 19th and 20th centuries. Well, if they dressed like people of the region, they would get called out for culturally appropriating those costumes then, wouldn't they? Because they are not indigenous to those regions. So they dressed like 19th and 20th century explorers instead, because they were probably worried that they would get called out for appropriating those costumes. All these people look annoying, by the way, especially Captain Purple Hair here with his neo-Nazi 1950s hairdo. Like, dude, Aryan youth, what are you doing, man? So yeah, if they were wearing that, they'd be considered culturally appropriating, and God forbid if any of them were wearing bronzer at the time. With a lantern in one hand to help dispel the fog, they are fully embracing their roles as voyeurs. Well, they're playing their characters who are probably looting tombs. They are submitting their perspective as that of the outsider, even in the fantasy setting of their own creation. Well, often in role-playing games, you travel to places where you don't live, which is a weird concept, I know. But in epic quests, people often have to go outside of their land. like away from their city. It's weird people travel, I understand that, but they often go on big epic quests to find things, recover a magic item, etc., and then bring it back to save their town village. Or if you're playing Fallout, you gotta go eat a water chip. But yeah, you do that by going out and exploring the world and encountering other cultures, and sometimes looting tombs or dungeons. It's crazy, but people often leave their home village and experience new things and sometimes gain respect for the cultures they encounter. It's weird, I understand. Just, despite being the definitive publication of an entire field of literacy, artistic, and academic criticism, Edward Said's Orientalism famously fails to account for the multi-million-dollar earning Critical Role. What? Said was at something of a disadvantage here. The book was published in 1978. What does that have to do with fucking anything? Regardless, the seminal text provides a helpful framework for understanding the issue at hand in this controversy. For those that don't follow art school escapees, Orientalism is both a book by Edward Said, we don't call it Orientalism anymore, and a critical concept describing the Western view of the colonized world, specifically the Orient, referring to Asia and North Africa. It's a method of literary and artistic analysis of works made by the West that portray the Orient, frequently from a viewpoint that exercises the region and its cultures to create a colonial fantasy. Well, if you want a better reading, you could read the books on Orientalism by Joseph Campbell. That'd be way more insightful. With the West wielding imperial power over the Orient, they're subsequently able to categorize and define portrayals of the Orient in which they, in whichever way they please, even if they aren't aware they're doing it. One of the core concepts of that's not really concept of Orientalism so much as it is more of a manifest destiny kind of thing. One of the core concepts of Orientalism as a field of study is that even the most well-meaning scholar from the Western world are unable to present objective truths about the Orient. Well, that's kind of racist. The Western view of the Orient is forever tarnished by the legacy of colonialism and fictionalized history. It's like trying to get an accurate reflection from a funhouse mirror. You can polish the mirror until it becomes clear as much as you want, but it does nothing to fix the distorted. Look, there were a lot of distorted impressions of the Orient in the long ago, but that was, I mean, you're talking about a really old book here. I mean, this was from 78, but even that shit was waning then. It was really on the outs in the 70s. And you had plenty of import books from the Asian countries and North Africa at the time. That saying that no Westerner can understand the Orient is a very restrictive view and kind of racist. This may seem like an overly cynical and bad faith interpretation of what Critical Role is doing with this new campaign. It absolutely is. It sounds like you're jealous they're making money because you keep mentioning that they're making money. But real respectful depictions of the Arab world, which part should I respect? The slave trade where they made eunuchs out of all the black men that they kidnapped? Or when they went on the murderous rampages across Byzantium and most of Romania and Turkey and murdered a lot of people? Is that the part I should respect? And of Swana cultures are few and far between. Well, maybe it's the beheadings they do. Maybe that's the part I'm supposed to respect. Go fuck yourself. Respectful depictions of Swana cultures. There are a lot of those out there. There are a lot of really good role-playing books out there that do show respect to the culture. And I don't know where you're getting this. This just sounds like really jealous. You're really jealous because you write this type of stuff and you're not rich and famous like these stupid ass clowns are. Like, why are you wearing a Boy Scout uniform? That's kind of creepy, dude. And we aren't the ones who have the resources to tell our stories yet. Sure you do. You can publish books for free. Amazon publishes books for free. Create a network. You can do that online. Have a writing group. There's lots of resources for writers. There are lots of groups of people that tell stories like you're telling. Maybe broaden out to people that aren't in this collective of Swana cultures and expose them to it. Join writing groups that are largely made up of suburban white kids and tell your stories there. And maybe not call everybody a fucking racist because they don't understand what you're doing. And maybe they aren't as exposed to it. Have you tried that? Instead of just going straight to racism, maybe it's just they don't know something. We're hired to help white creators avoid mistakes and to absolve them of guilt. Well, I'll never have that problem. And to shield them from criticism and to feel grateful we're even allowed behind the curtain. You sound really bitter. 4 months later, nothing has worsened, but nothing has assuaged this feeling either. You sound jealous, dude. I'm not reading the rest of this. It goes on. And this person sounds really, really jealous. And very bitter, quite frankly. How about China attempting to rewrite history currently, since they say China claimed the whole world at some point? Yeah, historical ownership of various lands that aren't and were never theirs. Most people don't leave their house anymore. You can't expect them to understand about leaving a village city. That's true, Giovanni. And it's sad, too. One of the most enlightening things I ever did was go to Jakarta in Indonesia. Not only was it terrifying to walk around, but you saw people in abject poverty. I mean, abject poverty. There were people sitting on the road that literally owned like the burlap sack they wore as underwear. You do not understand poverty until you've been through the poor district of a poor city and been afraid for your life. But it'll make you appreciate that poor people here are rich globally. Oh, have a good one, Matt. Nice. Yeah, enjoy Thundar, dude. That was an attempt at mass murder and enslavement. What? How about Lakota and Cheyenne teaming up to drive the Crow tribe from Wyoming, ending any who didn't run away? That was pretty messy. Yeah, the Utes and the Navajo had a huge rivalry. The Utes would enslave the Navajo whenever they captured them, and that's why they were afraid the Navajo unleashed skinwalkers on them. They had intense rivalry. The American Indian tribes fought with each other all the time. They formed different alliances and fight. It's throughout human history. It's got nothing to do with melanin content. Colonialism, as they're labeling it now, was just conquest. And it's a part of human history. It's touched every culture. It's not just something evil Whitey did. Jakarta's nice, only the resort areas. Yeah, stay in the resort areas. They have literal pirates. Yeah. The Philippines has a problem with Muslim terrorism too from some of the island regions. So you got to be real careful when you go to other countries and know where to go. Look it up before you go. Everyone knows China discovered North America. A lot of people discovered North America. And most of the people that were here are descended from, the native tribes, as we call them, were transplants from the Bering Strait. That came over from the Mongolia region, by Mongolia and China. They narrowed it down to a specific area. You can look all that shit up. And hey, good for them. But they colonized the land. I don't know if anyone was here before them. Like maybe some lizard people or some shit that they had to fight. That'd make a cool movie. I'd watch the fuck out of that. Indians versus lizard men. Fuck, man, that'd make a great film. So why don't go to other countries? Yeah, there's some really nice places and things to see in those places, but you go to like Angkor Wat, you're going through some sketchy ass parts of Cambodia. Yeah, you go or Thailand, you want to see some temples, you're gonna go to some sketchy areas, but most people are reasonably normal, gonna leave you alone. So yeah, I don't know. I think people are really, really bent out of shape about dumb shit. And this whole thing that you can't write about other cultures is stupid. It's very limiting and it makes for bad storytelling. Then you're going to bitch that white people only write about white stuff. And then you're going to call them racist. You can't win. The Clovis people were here before the ancestors of the tribes we know. Oh. Yeah, I find the Aboriginals in Australia to be pretty interesting because they were there for thousands of years before the Brits showed up. And they were largely left alone. Find it funny how China's historical claims are disproved by ancient Chinese maps. Yeah, that's always funny. They're good at trying to sneak out and get stuff. Went to Indonesia with a Mexican dude, and he thought it was a corrupt shithole. It is a corrupt shithole. And if he's thinking that dude knows firsthand what a corrupt shithole looks like. Because Mexico is really corrupt. I was actually more scared in Tijuana than I was in Jakarta. All right. I'm getting close to wrapping up here. I'm going to excise a few articles from the list, and we'll look at them some other time. But there are a few pieces here I want to touch on that are pretty cool. Let's see. Some of these will take too long, so I'll try and do another stream soon. Some of these minor articles can wait. They're kind of old anyway. Oops. Didn't want to do that. All right. Let's talk about the Masters of the Universe Origins line. Because this actually got me a little bit excited. Cartels are literally wild, never step foot in Mexico. Yeah, Mexico's scary, dude. The resorts are nice, but even that, kind of sketchy areas. Mattel expands He-Man Origins line to celebrate Black, Latino, and Asian Masters of the Universe. The title's a little misleading. In celebration of the 40th anniversary of Masters of the Universe, Mattel will release a line of figures featuring Sunman and the Rulers of the Sun, which, by the way, were not Masters of the Universe toys. But I always wanted a Sunman figure because I thought he looked cool. In spring 2022, Sunman and the Rulers of the Sun will join several other Masters of the Universe toy lines, including Masters of the Universe Origins, which is inspired by the original He-Man toys from the 1980s, as well as the new Masters of the Universe Metaverse line. I don't give a fuck about that. It's those stupid cartoons that are not the Kevin Smith one, but the one for like little kids with like Ram Mam. That's a real character. Created in 1985 by Yala Eason, Sunman is one of the pioneering black action figures. It is joined by Digitano, a Latin computer wizard, and Space Sumo, an Asian telekinetic ninja. Ninjas are not sumos, just so you know. Well, here's Sunman with this sun thing on his neck. It's removable. Don't get too upset. His regular costume looks cool without this yellow thing here. And that shield looks kind of cool. So I'm guessing that's the sumo guy. But here's what Sunman's packaging is going to look like. It's in the regular Masters of the Universe one, even though it's kind of a separate thing that this guy did. And the original Sunman figures are really expensive. They're hundreds of dollars. They're very hard to find. They're combining everything so they have their rainbow characters to appeal to everyone. Yeah, I get it. They have a name, just small family units, district peoples like the Clovis. Oh, okay. I don't know enough about them. I'll have to look into that. Sounds interesting. So there's Sunman. He does look a lot like Kenan Thompson, the kid from Saturday Night Live at Burger Time. When I originally created the character of Sunman, it was to show my son that heroes come in all skin colors. He said, partnering with Mattel has been an honor, bringing this full circle and making it possible for a new generation of kids around the world to see themselves represented in their toys. Why do people need to see themselves represented in their toys? I never had that problem. Roadblock was an awesome G.I. Joe character because he had the giant gun and he was badass. I don't get that. Like, I played with 5 G.I. Joes the most. And it was almost always Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, Scarlet, and Spirit. And sometimes Flint. And Rock and Roll would occasionally substitute if I couldn't find Flint. I don't get it, man. Sunman was released as a limited edition figure through Mattel Creations in 2021 and quickly sold out. leading Mattel to release the Sunman and the Rulers of the Sun collection. Gleason and Olmec Toys have retained all rights to the character. Gleason's the original creator, and Olmec Toys is his toy line. Olmec Toys released the characters back in the 80s, and they came out with a little bit of fanfare, but you've always heard the legend of these figures, and I never actually was able to get one. I saw pictures of them, and I really wanted one because I thought his costume looked cool. And he had this awesome looking mace thing. This job requires to be a bit of a toy historian, and I always knew the existence of Sunman and of the high prices that vintage examples would go for in the Masters of the Universe collecting community. Said Ed Duncan, SVP of Action Figures, Games, and Plush Design and Inventor Relations at Mattel. Even knowing that it was only a couple of years ago that I came across your last story, and it really resonated with me as another black toy maker. And Duncan continued. Sunman was a carefully crafted toy designed to add something valuable to Masters of the Universe play back in the 80s, the value of diversity. Ugh, gross, shut up. That value has only increased over time. How about the fact that it's a cool-looking toy? Seeing people like yourself represented as strong, powerful heroes is something black children were frequently denied through the years. I disagree. Mr. T was awesome in the 80s. Every kid liked Mr. T. Characters like Sunman and the Rulers of the Sun are a great step in the right direction. No, they're just cool characters. Can it just be that? Short history, Masters of the Universe. It's available for pre-order at Amazon, Target, and Walmart. Now, I've only seen Sunman available for pre-order, but I think all of them are. Now, the original Sunman, I think both of these are Sunman. One's a variant, because the original toy line had two heads, and one of them had the flat top, and the other had like just regular curly hair. And then there's this guy, this guy, Bondage Ninja, and Sumo Guy. I don't know who this guy is. He's the bad guy. I forget his name, but he's like the bad guy for Sunman. And all these toys look really good. He looks a lot like he has Skyclone's body mold, but he's got cooler weapon. And he's got this like monster head. But they all looked really good. So I did pick up a ninjutsu figure, which the patrons can look forward to seeing the unboxing of. But this would be a cool addition. The sumo guy to fight jitsu rather, and Ninjor, I think's the other guy. But Sunman, I'm gonna buy that because that is a cool looking character, and he looks almost identical to the original Sunman toy that I didn't get to have as a kid. So, yeah, Roadblock was an awesome figure. He's a cool character in the cartoon, even though he rhymed all the time, which is weird. Inspired by the original toy lines, so they're gonna base them on the Conan line. They conned the IP owners into thinking they're going to make for them. They didn't make and made He-Man. Yeah, they couldn't secure the rights. So they're like, let's do this instead. They're combining publishing the last 20, 25 years. Relatively new finds and old finds being re-examined. Catch some of the newer stuff here and there, and I haven't really dived into it for a decade. Mongolia should make an ancestral claim on Chinese land. That'd be funny. Yeah, I'm still going. There's a lot of news, man, and I'm way behind on it. So that's the article about Sunman. There's the link. I think that the figures look really nice, and those Masters of the Universe figures have been really top-notch. I'm really impressed with them overall. So I'm excited to see they're actually doing Sunman. I'm glad they worked out a deal with this guy. And hopefully it's a fairly big success, because I'd like to see more cool toys get the Masters of the Universe treatment. Like, I'd really like DC to make a deal with them and re-release the Warlord toys, because I loved those. I never got Warlord either. I had all the other ones. I had all the bad guy toys, because they were always clearanced out. They made great bad guys for Masters of the Universe. But never got Warlord. I always wanted one. And now they're like $50 for a beat up one. Sunman goes for like $200 in package. And not like $100 out of it. And if you get him out of package, he doesn't have the mace or the shield most of the time. It's really disappointing. All right, let's Laugh at some other dumb shit. Bad guys are much cooler. Sorry, good guys. It depends. I had a lot of bad guy toys, so they usually got beat up by the good guys. All right, Futurama is being revived, and I don't know why. Makes no sense. They had a great ending for that series, and signed it off, and now they're like, oh, let's just say fuck that. So it's going to make a comeback in 2023 from Hulu, with the series from Matt Groening being a fan favorite, thanks in part to the hilarious antics of fully fleshed out characters. Fans are responding in droves when it comes to Planet Express's return, though not everybody's thrilled about it, as Joe Domingo may not return into the role of Bender as negotiations are still ongoing. And I wouldn't blame him for not doing it, because this is probably going to be garbage. Hulu shared the news via its official Twitter account, with Bender holding a flag welcoming back the beloved franchise. I think this is dumb. It's going to be like 20 episodes. There's really not much more to say about it. Yeah, it's coming back again. The last time it came back, they had a good end cap for the series. Well, we don't know it's not going to be a remake. They might decide on some retcons. Bad guys were just as cool as the Turtles. Yeah, that's one of the cool things about the toy lines of the 80s and 90s. They made quality stuff, and the bad guys looked cool. They did re-release the Turtles from that time. I don't know if you guys saw that, but if you've been in Walmart lately, you can find re-releases of those original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles figures, and they're exactly the same as the ones from the 90s. They're really nicely done. I was surprised. I thought they'd get cheap with them, but they're actually pretty good quality. But the Futurama thing, I think, is dumb, and it's just a lazy cash grab. Wasn't as adult themed. Yeah, and I expect that's going to be worse, and it'll have a lot of woke bullshit in it, because Hulu's doing it. And I think this is the last article we're going to do, is this one here. And this is one I mentioned earlier. Games Workshop announces 3 new skirmish games: Blitz Bowl Ultimate Edition, Warhammer Quest Lost Relics, and Combat Arena Clash of Champions. These are going to be released this year. Each of the games are smaller scale skirmish games aimed at teaching entry-level players how to play the various miniature game systems. Blitz Bowl Ultimate Edition is a 6-on-6 version of Blood Bowl with streamlined rules. If you guys remember Crunch, that's what this is. It's going to be a very streamlined, very, very toned-down version. It features the Reavers and the Skaven on the pitch and includes enough miniatures, cards, and dice to play a game. Warhammer Lost Relics miniatures board game has players assuming control of a group of Stormcast Eternals stuck in a labyrinth. The game is basic dungeon crawler where players fight monsters, find treasure, and break free from the clutches of the Magister. It supports 1 to 4 players, ages 12 and up, and plays in about 30 minutes. Combat Arena Clash of Champions is a sequel skirmish game to Combat Arena. That's the Barnes & Noble exclusive, if I remember correctly. And there was one similar to Blitz Bowl. I forget what it was called. It pits 4 warriors trapped by a mad Necron overlord against each other in mortal combat. The game comes with accessible rules, tactical elements, and showcases great miniature sculpts. So let's take a look. So there's the Blitz Bowl box. And these are like the bookshelf box sets like you used to get D&D in. Like the Forgotten Realms box set, stuff like that. They're about that size. They're a little thicker cardstock from what I've seen. Can I get a bigger picture of that? No. Okay, fine. Fuck you then. So there's the game board. It's not real super big. Some cards. These should be pretty good quality. Warhammer Quest was an awesome game back in the day. I haven't played any of the new editions, but heard good things. So, and this is more of a tile-based where it's changeable maps instead of one fold-out board like Hero Quest was. Warhammer Quest has tiles, more like Zombicide. Combat Arena, Clash of Champions. Then see, this is just straight up battle arena. This is more of a first person or fighting game, Street Fighter type. So this is probably going to be your shortest one, and it'll be a nose hold barred. So you'll want to play 4 characters or teams of 2 each, that sort of thing. Be more fun. Now, they used to have like the Space Hulk game, which I think they should revive in this type of format, where you could play like the 40K characters in one of these tile-based things where you can have different missions and stuff. I think they would do well with that instead of doing a combat arena. But that's just me. I think these do look pretty cool. So they're going to end up being about $50 a piece, like the other ones that Barnes & Noble has. And I'm not really big on giving GW my money, so I'll probably try and find them cheaper somewhere else. Still in the packaging? Wow. NFL, electronic football. That's awesome. I remember those. 7-Eleven has Marvel figures? Huh. Did not know that. Electric hot dog cooker? Oh, that sounds amazingly bad for you. Ultramarines and Death Guard? Doesn't really say. It just says Pitts 4 Warriors. So yeah, it looked like one of them was Chaos. Let's see if I can pull that back up. Yeah, I'm sure there's a Space Marine. Yeah, I can see the Space Marine armor, but I can't read that. It won't let me enlarge it. I see an Ultramarine and a Blood Angel. And some kind of Chaos guy. The one, was it Nurgle? With the 3 skulls or whatever? 3 heads. I'm guessing that it's probably Chaos and Space Marines. Well, you might be able to enlarge it. I dropped the link, so. Oh, was it on the front? I didn't pay that much attention. Wow. Maybe I should go to bed. Yeah, it looks like Nurgle and the Ultramarine is pictured. I see the Blood Angel in the background, so here, I'll bring it back up. So yeah, there's a Nurgle guy here. And that might be a Khorne character back there, but that's a Blood Angel for sure and an Ultramarine. So yeah, it would have been nice if they had some like different characters in there, like I don't know, a Space Marine, an Eldar, an Orc, and a Chaos or something like that. Mix it up a little bit. Give people more than just this to work with. Because as much as these games are neat, they never expand on them. So that's always disappointing. They could have supplements for these, and they're missing a great opportunity. Because these boxes are $50 each, but they're in normie stores like Barnes & Noble. So you have the chance to reach an expanded audience, and you're not seizing on that. This just sort of, these games are probably fun, but they are more of an afterthought. They don't put it into market where they can sell to the normies. They want to be exclusive, but they want that broader audience, but they never try to get that broader audience. I wouldn't blame you, JB. It looks pretty fun. And from what I've seen of the other ones, they're pretty cool, so could be a good time. But I think I'm going to wrap it up there. 4.5 hours is more than long enough. I didn't intend to go this long. I'm sorry about that. But there was a lot of news that I didn't get to, and I wanted to touch on it. There's some other stuff that we'll go over in other episodes and try and get to next week. Or later this week, rather. So sorry about all that. But thank you so much for the donations. Thank you for the support. Thank you for showing up. You guys are awesome. Oh, thank you, Evolved. Glad we got you to your destination. Well, again, thank you for everything, guys. It is greatly appreciated. Hey, Frosted. But you guys have a great night. Do something exciting. And hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Later, everybody.